Yes, good people. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. I hope you're all eating blue, sleeping blue, waking up blue, and overall living the blue life. Once more again, I say welcome to you all. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show. That goes a long way. For us, Rodrigo, it looks like this is your kind of fight, and you're early. You're on time, so to
Yeah,
get it
yeah.
started.
Three
Uh,
three
yeah,
wins
but
on
I appreciate. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, 3 wins on a spin, of course.
Yeah, that's important, and
Mm.
I appreciate that, brother. For those in the chat, thank you so much for finding the time to join. Blue Morning to you all. Sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Thank you so much once again. Yes, thank you, people, for finding the time to join the show. Let me get what we have in the chat quickly. We have some news items lined up, a few of them to talk about. Then we go straight into the exercise of discussing or debating who the club should sell or who they should keep. First of all, before I do that, Liam Lane, if you're watching, just remember I haven't forgotten about you. I hope you're recovering as quick as possible. Please get better soon. Here, Blue Blood says, morning. Nice to see Bobby and Roger in the video opening ball. In the video opening ball juggling. Yeah, you can say they're the ones. But that's by the way. Let's move on. Morning, Coach Adebayo Makunju. I hope you're doing well. And Blue Blood, I hope you're doing well too. Thank you so much. Please do let me know. And Constantine Dante, big up to you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. The only thing I'm missing for that opening tune is Coach rapping over the top of it. A big up, Coach. The beautiful game. Big up to you too, brother. I hope you're doing well. And I can rap, but I'm not gonna do it anyway. I suck at it. But that's by the way. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show, people. I so much appreciate that. Let's go into looking at the news item. I don't know this kid. It was just 2 days ago or a day ago. We saw hearing that Chelsea have reached a full agreement with Phoenix All Stars to sign striker Dejoun. I don't know if it should be pronounced Dejoun. I think it should be Dejoun. Dejoun Whispers. Uh, Dejoun Whisper Richards. He will join in November after he turns 18, and the rumors are that he was on the he went to Newcastle for what's it called for trials,
Yeah, I think
and
that's actually a fact. You can consider that as a fact, actually.
that he was on trial at Newcastle.
Yes, yes. There are pictures. There's evidence.
Hmm. So Joe Shield was the guy that orchestrated the hijack because it's a hijack. If really we want to talk about that, so I do my research. Not yet. I'll take my time to research him. To see why we had
Yeah.
to go to the extent of
That's
hijacking a player that's not even 18 yet. You wanted to say something, Rodrigo?
yeah, that's a life changing for this kid. Imagine you're not even 18 yet, playing in your country in Jamaica, and then a big club like Chelsea come in and sign you. That is, I don't
So
know.
the
Is
Phoenix All Stars is a Jamaican club.
yes.
I was actually thinking it was an American club.
What? Jamaica in America, yeah, fair enough.
No, but which is it really? You
No,
sure
no,
you
it's a
certain?
Jamaican club. He's straight from Jamaica.
Wow,
Yeah. So I
that
think
is
it's
some scouting work.
yeah, I think his parents must be very proud. I'm happy for him. It's very good.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. Hopefully he's that good. But I don't want a situation where we're signing when he joins us. Then he has. I don't know. We signed too many young players, and I'm not sure what we're going to do with them. And it's
Mm,
not like the project has reached the extent of us having satellite clubs as planned, where we can go. Just send those players there to develop why they play high level football. But let's see what we do with him. Chances are he's that good. It's not really them juggling. Uh, no, the jugglers on the opening video, they're not. That's not Bobby and what's his name, Rogers. or maybe Rodrigo. No, he was just joking. And to my brother, big up to you, Blue Class Media. Knee Zion, bless up, brother. I hope you're doing well. Good morning to all my neighbors and lovers of football, especially my brother Kachula. Greetings to you, my brother. Knee Zion, always nice to see you. And if you haven't, please go check out Knee Zion's YouTube channel, Blue Class Media. He covers all football clubs, not just Chelsea, but he's a Chelsea fan through and through. And you won't regret it. Lots of excellent panelists there discussing football. So you want to go check it. Believe me, you will thank me later Sunday. Suzovi, hello to you too. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for joining the show. And if you're watching, please let's try to keep the topics aligned. So we'll move on from this one. This next one here is Chelsea are planning a mass clear-out party to reduce the size of the squad as head coach Graham Potter has more than 30 players in the senior ranks. If there are any doubts over a contract extension, the club would do their utmost to sell them. This includes Mason Mount, Mateo Kovacic, Cesar Azpilicueta, Christian Pulisic, Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, and Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Here's something I want to talk about here quickly, Rodrigo. I don't want to mention names, and I wish a lot of people don't take things too personal. I would have mentioned names, but if I do that, I know my fellow content creators, a lot of them will take it too personal. Surprisingly, I'm seeing some content creators are pushing for the club to do whatever they can to keep Mason Mount, but cash in on Mateo Kovacic. Your thoughts on that argument, really?
Yeah, no, Mason Mount is always that guy that divides the fan base. If you look at number-wise, if you look at the numbers that we have in midfield, Mateo Kovacic is the only is a unique player in our squad. As in, he's the only one I can see being comfortable when Enzo's not playing to step it into Enzo's shoes and do what not exactly what Enzo does, but to do a very, very good job.
He's not a prolific chance creator or goal scorer.
Yeah,
but at least he can help us play no matter the situation.
Exactly. Whereas when with Mason Mount, with all due respect, he's been a very good player for us. Like, we can't deny that. We have enough quality. I even say better quality now coming in the summer and right now in the squad where we can do without him. This is not to say we have to sell him. I don't necessarily agree to selling him really, because I think he's a good squad player, and not just squad player. It's good to give challenges to the starting 11. But when it comes to that, I feel like yes, I'm reluctant to say sell him, but I can understand why he should be the one going.
You're talking about Mount, right?
For the club. Sorry, what did you say?
So you were talking about Mount, right?
Yes, with Mount. Yeah, with Mount.
Yeah.
With Kovacic, because it's a unique profile we have in our squad. We don't have anyone like him in the squad. Someone who, if say for example, you need to rest Enzo, you need to pair him with Enzo, he's a player that works really well in a double pivot, and he gives you really good games. But with Mount on the other hand, we have right now in the squad enough quality. I even say better quality, where we don't necessarily need him. It's been a good player. It's harsh to say this, but we can do without him, and he's the one that can bring in the most money. So if it comes to choosing and to adhere to FFP, then I'll say we can sell Mount.
Both of them has just barely a year left on their contract, so we're not going to get that much money.
We're not going to get that much. Oh, no, Mount, we will get much money because we can use the Sterling and other English players are left with a year in the contract. And we pay £50 million for Sterling, who had a year left in his contract. So we can ask for similar amounts for Mount.
So it depends on the player. That's your argument.
Yeah. For me, if it's down to me, I'm asking, what do you think we should keep, and give your reason to why I'm going with that. But then again, you can argue, say Mount has been one of our better players in the last 3 seasons, even though his form this season has been really, really bad. and he's a young player coming from Chelsea. You want to keep the DNA of the club. You want to keep these type of players at the club. I can understand the argument, but on the other side, you also argue, say, we have 30 players, we have better quality in attack. If Graham Potter persists in playing this 3-4-3, we don't have space. Literally, we only have 3 attacking spots. And those 3 attacking spots are already filled with better quality players. Like arguably better than Mount.
Yeah,
So,
and if you look at it, even when we're picking lineup, Mount we don't even remember him anymore. Which, subconsciously, or let me say indirectly, or technically shows he doesn't really have a place in the team. As much as I don't think he's the worst player on the team. If you're watching the question we're answering right now, and you have to please, let's keep it aligned. If you deviate, I'm not going to read your comment because there are so much comments to read. If you deviate from the topic, the question is Mount and Kovacic, who would you rather go if you have to keep one of them? I want to get your thoughts in the chat. Big up to you too, King Mo. I hope you're doing well. Big up everyone. Big up to you too, Martin O. And thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. That means a lot to us. And if you haven't, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, Dujon Richards is one of the future years. It's one for the future years away. Transfer talent gurus Chelsea hired, doing their job of finding young talent. I'm glad they did that. Big up, coach. The players Chelsea are buying are not Potter players. Really, some argument right there. I'm going to highlight that. Maybe Rodrigo want to say something to that before we move on. Kova should stay, but the club angle is for injuries. The club angle is for injury reasons. Okay, Mount can stay, but the sale will help FFP a lot. Here's the thing: Mount staying is only if Mount sees that he has a starting place. And right now, it doesn't look like he has a starting place if he stays at Chelsea, he's more likely to leave. Even if we agree to pay him what he's asking for and we come to an agreement, he still look at it very well and see, I don't want to find myself I said to himself, I don't want to find myself in a situation where I'll be struggling to find game time. And that would be the case if he stays at Chelsea. I don't think it would be otherwise. Mount has already been replaced. You could argue that by who I want to know. Danny Drinkwater should be resigned. He is a great player with a huge prospect, I believe. Yeah, good argument right there. Go get it. Buy your own club. Let him lead the way for you. Kova is a keeper, perfect squad player. We will get to that in a bit. I just asked you one question. Big up Kuchila, the chat and panel, Chelsea all the way. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, and now you're trolling. I'm saying that now you're mentioning even Bakayoko, Drinkwater, and all of them, they're fire. Big up everyone. Frankie de Jong is excellent option. We're not talking about the young right now. Please, let's not go between. If we keep switching between topics, then I'm going to get tired. But I will humor you because you're an OG here. Frankie de Jong is excellent option. Good in defense and gives us a stability and creativity, even better than Bellingham. Okay, let the club consider him, but let's keep the topics aligned, please. Paulinha, Luis DM, and Casado, we're still switching topic here. Please, let's not do that. Mount English stacks, of course, you know that. Good morning, Coach Oladipo. Mesole, nice to see you, brother. Mount and Gallagher nets you 95 million. Why would we say no? Cover progresses the ball like no other. That's why I usually use the term. Cover is the only player that ensures we play, no matter how the opposition plays. But that's by the way, I'm going to catch up with the chat. Please, let's keep the topics aligned. As an AM attacking midfielder, 8-10, and Kunko Gallagher, Carney, Santos, Felix, or Havertz. If we get a striker, Mount Sale is plus for 9-10. Most likely, I think I see that happening. Mount cannot stay. Sorry, Rodrigo, were you saying something?
No, the guy mentioned Santos in the 8. Santos should be seen as a DM.
Yep. Or even if you want to play him as anything close to it, then it should be the Kovacic role. But I'm not sure he's going to be able to fulfill it. Like the hybrid of 8 and 6, I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that. Mount cannot stay if it's not playing well enough. Even if it's not ensured the starting place, is not going to stay. The Yahoo Google effect in Clearview pertaining to Mount's situation, you never become too comfortable. Mount staying behind could unsettle the team should he stay. That's a solid argument. Given how badly things have gone now, you could say the contract negotiation situation, because for the club to accommodate him, they'd have to compromise a lot. They'd have to give him a contract that's not as lengthy as they've done to every other person of late. Plus, you could say some other exceptions that will make other players start questioning what just happened. What do you think, Rodrigo?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. When you have other players saying right, so you've done an exemption for man. I think I deserve this. So it's a tough position that you put yourself when you come up with policies. It's the same thing. Remember under Roman, we had these over 30 policies where we can't give players over 30 more than 1 year. And then we got in a situation where Lampard and John Terry were coming to to the end of their contract, and we just had to let them go. Because otherwise,
and Lampard made a fuss of it. He caused a lot of problems, really.
He did, yeah.
So I think it wouldn't make sense now. That's why I've always argued the stage, the level at which the whole thing is right now, I think is more likely to leave because he has all the cards and it's business for all parties involved. He may well feel like if he leaves, he can earn more money. And the truth is, even if you don't think he's the best player at Chelsea, there won't be shortage of clubs wanting to sign him, if that makes sense. Let's see what happens here. Are Bobby and Roger joining today, or are they too busy ball juggling? Let's give them a few minutes. If that's, let's see what they decide to do today. But I'm enjoying the one-on-one with Rodrigo here whenever he has time, because he's a very busy man. Mount is great for our new formation, but I think he's expendable because of Nkunku coming in as well, and he plays in the same position. Plus, there's a chance we get to keep Felix. So that begs the question: where does he have space for it? I get it. We have to have a deep squad. Squad depth is important, but Mount isn't the guy that if he isn't the regular starter, the first name on the team sheet, he's going to leave. Kovacic wants to go to Milan. Let him go if he wants to go. If that's the case, then let him go. But I think he's a professional. He's been an exemplary professional, and I respect him. But let's see what happens. We need to do our best to keep him, because if we lose him, that's another gaping hole in our team to fix. Kova is better than all players on the list together. Wow, some argument right there. Kovacic has offered himself to AC Milan. That's according to Planeta. There's no way to confirm that. I sent Mount on loan with an option to buy or direct sell. Would keep Kova. He is cheaper and overall better. Here's the thing. In the case of Mount, for you to add an option to buy when you're selling a player, that player has to agree to that. If it gets to Mount leaving, I don't think he will ever agree coming back. I think showed the squad credential against Leicester City. He did. Cover grabs the ball on the edge of his own defense and doesn't chicken out to the wings, but cuts in through the middle of the pitch. I wouldn't trust any of our other dribblers to do that. Here's the thing, and you getting the ball. Good luck getting the ball, taking the ball away from Kovacic. That hardly happens, and he reads the game from an offensive perspective. He reads the game so well that if he decides to go left, then there's a lot of space on that left hand side, which means he progressed the ball very well. I want us to keep him, and I've always argued he's the only player that ensures we play, no matter how the opposition defend, no matter how aggressively they press us. And no wonder Pep is been rumored to be interested in him. Gallagher showed his credential. I mean, okay, now I understand. We don't need Felix. At least that's how you think, but it looks like the club needs him. Also, his poor form is a real concern that most of us think. Dele Alli, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Hudson-Odoi, and others have started like this. Wow, that's a pattern. You're paying attention, really, Martin. You're paying attention. That's a pattern, really, and I'm concerned. Kovacic is our best midfielder. This is nonsense. Yep, I say that too. There's still a big gap between Mount and Chelsea over contract renewal. Yeah, I did see that in my up there. In my opinion, sell him as soon as possible. But selling him isn't easy. Just keep Chilwell. Let the rest go. Okay, let's see. We've talked about this one here. Okay, yeah. If there are doubts, if there are any doubts over a contract extension, the club will do their utmost to sell the player in question. That is just me remixing it. This includes Mason Mount. There are no exceptions there. That's practically what they're saying. Here we have these saying, okay, this one, which means we're going to start talking about whether we should sell Mount or keep Mount. And if you're in the chat, do you think the club should sell Mason Mount, or do you think the club should keep Mason Mount? Whatever you think, just let us know the reason behind your thinking. This says there's still a big gap in the negotiations between.
I can't hear you.
When did you stop hearing me, Rodrigo?
Oh, you were talking about whether we want to keep Mount or not. What?
Okay, so we're still not far away. My dock, the battery went down and it's not plugged in, so it wasn't charging at the same time. What I was asking your thoughts on the Mason Mount case. Do you think he ends up staying, or do you think he ends up leaving? Whatever your thoughts is, let us know. And what would you like to see happen?
But if you ask me personally, it's tough.
I'm asking you. You can.
Yeah.
But you can. First of all, two questions there at the same time.
Yeah.
First, what do you think will happen? But what do you want to see happen? And your reasons for whatever you decide.
I think the Mount camp, like his dad or whatever, they probably prefer him to leave. I think he's the one that want to stay. Probably, like if there was I saw an article, a piece of someone said when he was like 14 or whatever, his dad wanted him to leave Chelsea, and he said, "I'm gonna stay here and make it here," and he stayed. Maybe that's still in the back of their parents' head, like, oh, if it's not working here, don't waste your time here. You can just leave. So they might be advising him to leave as well. So it's not just all on him. Obviously, if he leaves, I think his agent or who's his dad in this will probably get a nice a nice agent fee. So you can see there's benefit of him leaving, and this is why I think he will leave. I think he will leave. I've got that feeling he's gonna go.
And if we're being honest, Rodrigo, here, his current form simply means it's common sense. He's never going to get anything near what Reece James is earning.
No way. No.
Yep. So it's a big factor here. Like Martin mentioned in the chart, his current form doesn't help his case. So that's why I'm saying, because they're not going to risk it. Look all the new players we have, and they have good, you could say, players that can come in and do an equally good job as he's done, or maybe do even better. So why risk giving him such a heavy salary, whereas he's not sure for why not? Because that has been going on for a long time now. He hasn't shown. There's no signs that he regains that form if he remains at Chelsea. So maybe for his own good, he needs a fresh start.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and for what's against him as well is the form that he showed was under the previous regime. So under these Todd Boehly guys, they haven't seen best of Mount, so they can't justify giving him like 250 grand a week or whatever. I mean,
or even 200, they cannot justify that.
They can't justify that. So it's with regret that, because when you look at this on paper, they brought in someone like Enzo, who won the young player of the tournament at the World Cup, paying him way less than what he's asking. or what's reported that he's asking. They brought in Mudryk, who has bags of potential, paying way less. So how can they then justify when they're looking on paper and what is produced while they've been here? Do you know what I mean? So it's like, we're not gonna. These people are business people as well. They'll make business decisions, not just emotional decisions.
Yeah, more importantly, the businessman first of all. In the case of Roman as a Chelsea owner, he was a fan before. He didn't even prioritize making profit from it at all. And the
No.
way the whole thing ended shows clearly it was never about profit for him. But in this case, even saving $25,000 from a player's salary is a lot to them.
Yeah.
They would do that. And in the case of Mason Mount, his current form isn't helping matters. So I think he will end up leaving. But your thoughts so that we can move on to the next player if you're in the chat. I've given you the reason. I believe he's going to leave. I get it. He's Chelsea through and through, an academy player. But yeah, the club could feel like, yeah. Sorry.
Your question, from a selfish point of view, I'll say keep him, but I can understand why he should leave.
Yeah, and if we're being truthful, if we're being factual, I think what would be best for him would be for him to leave. If you look at the factors as the players we have, the squad depth, he's an England international, and probably feels like one of his greatest issues would be he probably feels like he's arrived. He's won the UEFA Champions League, Club World Cup, and UEFA Super Cup. So he probably feels like he deserves more than the club are willing to give him. And to me, I have no problem with that. It's his job. It's business for all parties involved. He's running on the pitch, and the club wants profit too. So whatever happens, it doesn't look like he stays. It is fine to sell, but finding experienced backups who can who have won titles isn't. It isn't easy, but at the same time, it's business. You have to put that comes first. But here's the thing, and I hate using the term backups. I want competition in all positions. But do I think Mason Mount will be up for the competition? I don't think so, really. Mbappe, Nkunku, Dembele attack. Cannot hear you. Okay, yeah, I had an issue with my audio system. So Mount is not good enough. His individual quality is not good enough. He's not explosive. If he is not a signing contract, he should be sold. That's common sense, and I think it's gotten to that point where the only option, the most viable option, will be for him to leave. Because we've talked about why we don't think the club will offer him anything close to what Reece James is earning. His recent form is as simple as that. Something wrong? Not really microphone. The dock for the wireless microphone went off. Sorry about that. There you go. It fixed. Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. Adil, how do I pronounce your name? Rotate Lewis Hall with Kukurea and Chilwell. First of all, Lewis Hall is not a defender. He's a midfielder, and that's why the only place you've seen him is not in the left back position, but in the left wing back position, where his where his primary responsibility is to join the attack, help overload the midfield, and create chances from there. And he executed the role very well. When we were losing, I was selling. You were with selling certain players, but now that we're up and running, I really don't want to see anyone go. Except Mount, really. Some argument right there from Diaz, O'Neill. Chilwell will be a better player for City, you think? Mount has to go. He was fit to play on Saturday. You did not play him. Yep. Can we talk about that again, Rodrigo?
Yeah.
Now, even before we started hearing that he was actually fully fit, but he wasn't even on the bench. Even before that, Graham Potter has dropped him on 2-3 occasions, even when we know he's fully fit, well rested. So that's not a good sign. I think you could argue his surplus to requirement right now. I know some people are arguing Potter is doing that because the hierarchy wants him to do that. But that's, by the way, your thoughts on that argument there.
Yeah, exactly. He was fit. We saw him in pictures in training, and then suddenly it's dropped. Like I think Potter's realized as well. Like for for his 3-4-3 system to work, he doesn't necessarily need him. It becomes, like
Mhm.
I said, surplus to requirement. And this was what I've seen online. A lot of the so-called he called them Mount fan clubs. They're all attacking different players now. Is either Enzo, is either
And they're taking out their frustration on the,
yeah,
especially the new players.
yeah. The new players they're becoming the target, forgetting like, come on, guys. We're meant to be Chelsea fans, not players fans.
Yeah, exactly. So, but that's concerning, really. Go ahead if you were still talking.
He's
Sorry.
concerned. He's concerning, and I think that could also. I don't think. I doubt Todd Boehly and oh, actually no, they probably do follow the social media. They might see this as this guy. This guy's brand brings a lot of toxicity to Chelsea. If he has like a group of fans that are willing to attack, and they're very vocal as well. The ones that attacked the other
Mhm.
players. Yeah. So I don't know. That might play into against him. I don't know if because he divide a lot. He divide a lot of opinions, Mason Mount. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
he
lie.
does.
I'm not gonna lie. Some people
He
think he's
does.
the
Mhm.
worst player that's ever played for this club. Some people
Yeah,
think
he
he's
does. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, sorry. Some people think he's on the level of Lampard, Hazard. He's not there, and he's not the worst player ever. He's a good.
No.
He's a yeah. It's good. It's good player to have in the squad. But I think with me, the way the previous managers managed him, they sort of like made that role almost impossible of him being on a bench playing the odd games here and there. I think they made that impossible with the way they've used him in the past.
Yeah, unfortunately, they probably the two managers who's played on there in England, or three are in total, they didn't help.
No, no,
They
no.
prioritize his industry and always just wanting to be on the pitch, run as and press, and that's all. I think that's what Tuchel valued the most. Frank Lampard, the same thing. They valued the amount of running he does on the pitch, and let me say his overall industry. That's what they valued the most. And Tuchel nearly played him until he until he stops breathing. Even when it was clear that he was mentally tired, his final
Yeah.
decision making showed he needs a break. He didn't give him a break, and that was because what he needs him to do on the pitch is just run and press from the front, and that's unfortunate for him. The only time I'm going to keep saying this, and maybe I see a lot of people agree with me. The only time he got good coaching was his loan spell in the Dutch league. That was the only time you could say he was properly coached. After that, it was about his running and his industry. But that's, by the way, yeah, I think he's better off living. We can sell Chilwell if we are ready to bring in Davis in 2024 for free. Wow, some argument. Let's get to Chilwell first. Mount's dad may have been a promise of big agent fee from Liverpool, hence asking for 250K a week, so he gets his transfer. So it'd be difficult, and I don't see Chelsea matching that. Remember, a board and a Vivel haven't watched a good form, a good informed Mount. Yep, 180K is generous if they paid Enzo peanuts. Yep, agree, Rodrigo. Business. Yep, Mount wants 250K a week to sit on the bench. Sell him as soon as possible. Here's the thing, I I really don't like going into how much a player is asking because it's not my business. And in my workplace, if I think I deserve more, I will go for it and I will ask for it.
Yeah.
So the least of my concerns is how much he's asking for. That don't matter to me really. His current form is the biggest issue, and I think the owners know that quite well too. We have seen the best of Mount. We know that he won't improve. He won't improve much more. He's asking far too much. That's how much he's asking is the list of my concerns. If the owners feels like he's worth how much he's asking, that's their business, not mine. What that means, English internationals. Okay, cannot nothing. I can't. Okay, guys. Porter man management is better than Tuchus. Okay, good argument, Don Porter. If that's how you feel, we're not here to compare them. Right now, we're talking about Mason Mount situation. As you see the picture on the screen, tells you that's the current topic. And please let's keep the topics aligned so that we're not going back and forth topics and I'll get exhausted. As much as I enjoy interacting with you, it even goes beyond us signing. What about his statue stature. Yep, his stature in the club. It appears Reece is the chosen one for the new owners. Mount will not settle for reduced influence off the pitch. That is another, you could say critical thinking. That's another excellent reasoning there. Because Rodrigo, you could I agree, he would want it to be valued more than Reece. But as things are going now, to him, it'd be more clear that probably Reece is valued more than him. Just like giving this comment on the screen from Adebayo.
Yeah, and he can argue saying, I've played more than Reece. Reece is always injured. And I've been the one playing, and I've been the one carrying. Well, I'm talking about from his point of view, right?
Yeah, but it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a human thing.
Yeah, it makes sense. I agree. Yeah. It's not wrong in thinking that. How many games Reece James keep missing?
A lot.
Yeah, and Mount barely missed a game.
He played nearly every game until he was mentally tired before Toto dropped him.
Exactly. So he can argue saying, I've played and helped the team, so I should be valued more. He's in his right to say to ask for that. Again, it's for the club to say, "Oh, listen, we value your work, but this is our valuation. We don't think with the market the way it's performing, we can pay you more than this." And the club also has the right to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is why I don't understand the fun. I don't like using fun. The fun clubs. Yeah, how can you not understand this? Like, it's a simple logic. The club can value a player's work. The player can value his own work, and then if they can't find the middle ground, there's no one to blame. They just can't find the middle ground.
It's business.
It's business, exactly. End of the day, it's a business. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Again, some people just see them as players, but beyond that, it's business. It's work. He wants to earn what he wants, and if it doesn't work out, you move on. No sentiments attached, and that's especially the truth with the new owners. But that's, by the way, Button Lambeka, if he cannot sign, definitely he should leave. Let him leave. Big up Kachila, big up to you too, Lambeka. I hope you're doing well. Let's talk about the current topic. Kukurea is not on the level of Chua. We get to talk that. JC, big up to you guys. And OG, I had to read that. Look how much people were we're hitting on him. Yep, let's get we'll talk about those things in a bit. And now he's our best player. So yeah, kudos to Graham Potter for sticking with him and didn't give up on him. Kukurea is not on the level. Yep, JC, big up to you. More importantly, I hope you're doing well. More French players and less English players. Good luck to that. What's up, brother? I am glad we're all alive and healthy for another week. Cash, I like to hear that from you. Thank you so much. You have to be thankful. Any day above ground, it's a good day. Tuchel, much better man manager. Okay, you guys should slug out that argument. We have something else we're talking about here. The Mats. Oh, okay, there you go. I'm not going to read that. Jaka, I'm not going to read that. And be careful, please. Be careful. I get that. I'm not going to read that. Potter is a much better man manager. Okay. You guys should stop bringing me into this argument. But Yuan Ochi here is a much better man manager than Tuchel. You could argue that it's a solid argument. Tuchel might have other attributes. You could say more tactically equipped, more tactically. You could say tactically better, at least from what we've seen. Until proven otherwise, Tuchel is a better manager. But in terms of being a man manager, then give it to Potter. I agree. Why South Chilwell? I don't know. It's out there. The news is out there, so we'll talk about that. And big up to you, Stav. I appreciate you joining. Okay, I'm not going to read the sell all about Pulisic, Ziyech, Hudson-Odoi, Mount, Chalobah, Ampadu, Lone Broya, or that Fofana, Chukwuemeka, and maybe Madueke, depending on incomings. There ain't going to be too many incomings. Lots of those young players will stay. I think Broya stays. Dr. Fofana, maybe, I'm not sure, but I think Madueke stays. Madueke, we didn't pay that much money for him to leave on loan. If Gallagher wants to sit on the bench, then keep him. It looks like he wants that. Don't buy Zakaria. I like him, but we don't need. And let Cowell, Malagusto, and Nkunku come in. Let's see what happens. We'll get to that. Mount's quality is not good enough for the constantly on top level of football. Okay. Montrich is okay. Yeah, I'm gonna. If I haven't read your comment, I'll try and get yours then we will. I will try and get your subsequent contributions because some people type so fast. For instance, Eugene types so fast, and he has too many comments. And there are people that I haven't read a lot of their comments here. Havertz keeps messing with our heads. Dude keeps playing crap, then shifts into an informed player. I won't fall for his trap anymore. You're staying put. Here's the thing. Let's see what happens. We're not gonna. He's not even in the conversation. I knew before time the club ain't gonna even consider selling him because he's a good player. This present Mount does not deserve 250k. 180k is generous or generous offer of charity from Chelsea. Okay, if that's how you see it. Real James, did Mount inherit player power from players before him? I don't know. The team looks more cohesive without him. That's again, that's not the way I see that. I think I agree with you to a certain measure, but not really because he inherited player power, just because of the way he applies himself on the pitch. Chelsea needs to have a car boot sell in the summer. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. A few of City and Mount fans online today. Some fight going on Twitter, especially if Chelsea keep Mount, he will face more problems in the future because he will be forced to play him by maybe. No, I don't think he will, but maybe he's Coachella. Why you look so much English players? No, I'm just being objective. I'm not for Mount. I'm not against Mount. I'm just saying. I will always tell you. You can say I always see things from that is objectively. I don't just come say Mount should leave or Mount should stay. No, it's not about liking any particular player from anywhere. No, I don't do that. If you understand. Sorry.
And plus, since you run a big platform like this with so many different point of view, it's difficult for you to come in and lean to one side. You're gonna alienate the other side of the argument. You know.
Yeah. So it doesn't make sense to do that.
Exactly. That's what you do your fairly. That's why we are. That's the reason we're here.
Yeah. Diversified contributions there. Mount deserves more than 75k yet, but for him to ask 250 is ridiculous. It's not my business. He has the right to ask. And KF, big up to you. I hope you're doing well. He has the right to ask whatever he sees fit for what the job he's doing for the club. I'm late, guys, but did we talk about our new signings yet? Not yet. Otis Maxwell, I hope you're doing well. Dujan Riches, we've talked about him. Do you know him? Let us know more about him before we move on. Havertz in the form of his life and the UEFA Champions League run starts. Watch Mount also turn up and lead Chelsea to the UEFA Champions League final, and the club then will sell him up because he is valuable. I would take that. I would, like I said, I'm not against him. I'm not for him either. I don't think he's the best player at the club. I don't think he's the worst either, if that makes sense. Hello to you too, Chama Yosef. I hope you're doing well. Kachila and panel and everyone, nice to see you. Thank you so much. Because it is an English club and the squad must consist of so many British and homegrown players. Yep, the supporter you must meet. Yep. So, and it doesn't matter the nationality of the player, really. So, but the conversation, if we go that route, it will get toxic at some point. So let's just good players are good players. Forget whether they're English or not. I'm not into that. Kachila, do you think Mount is a regular starter if he stays? Given his current form, he's not a regular starter. It's as simple as that. Even if he stays, that doesn't guarantee he starts game. Even the possibility of him being a starter may well be the reason why he's a bit reluctant to agreeing a new deal, or one of the reasons why. Because he's an England international, and he's good. You could say he's good enough. Let's just say that he's good enough. Whether you think he's bad or not, he's good enough in the first place. And when he's on form, you see what he's capable of doing. But right now, it's gotten to a point where the most likely outcome will be him leaving. Mount is an okay player compared to the present squad and system Porter is playing. He's a bench warmer. Wow. DJ, nice to see you. Also, man gets to 50k. What do you think, Gallagher? Chile and others would demand when extension comes. So that makes it an even risky thing to do, to give him what he's asking, because we have too many players who are due for a new contract. And whatever happens with Mount will go a long way. So that's why I don't see, one of the reasons why I don't see the club doing that. So good point there. Kuchila is on the fence, as always. Well, if that's how you want to see it. Seems like Mount's problem started when TT did. Possibly, I don't know. Mount's clutch goals have dried up, coach, which makes it difficult to select him over the new and more exciting players. You could argue that, Kachila, apologies to you. You have the right. You have a right about Datro Fofana. He has something more than just a classic number 9. Watched him yesterday in Malmo. In Malmo, seems like he's missing elegance. Heart not fit him fluid attack. I think, yeah, he fits a fluid attack if you watch him even more. But thank you for taking the time to look at him, and you don't need to apologize. We're here to debate. This is the turning point. It's just unfortunate the Mount is a player involved. Okay. So, yes, guys, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies, I can't get everything, except if I haven't gotten your contribution. Richards is fast, a strong forward player that is very effective in scoring and assisting, has a stronger kick also. Wow. So I need to research on it even more. We need a lawyer. Yeah, we do need one. Roger May Johnson, if he has time. Hit the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel. My brother from the Madiba land, Tobago. Always nice to see you. And Tobago, whenever you can, share the link to your channel so people can go check it out. Coach, I liked Mount, but he allowed the hype to get to his brain. He's not humble right now. I wouldn't go to the extent of saying somebody who's asking what they believe, asking for what they believe their worth is not being humble. I don't see anything that has to do with his humility. No, I don't see that. It's business for all parties involved. Yeah, but I get where you're coming from. Mount should go, but Gallagher, Ruben, Kovacic should stay. We'll get to that. Only 8 likes. Are you guys nuts? I think it's 49 likes right now. You're probably seeing the wrong number in the front end, but at the back end, I'm seeing 49 likes. But yes, people, let's keep dropping the likes on the stream. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible. So listen to the beautiful game. Let's get it to 100 as soon as possible, people. I'm not going anywhere today. A break for my boys. So yeah, I'll be here for a while. I love every Chelsea player, but if Mount on Chelsea cannot find an agreement, he should leave. So who haven't I said hello to here? Yep, that's a good argument. Aziz King, how dare Mount say he wants? How do you know? We don't know. But Aziz, a big up to you. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Godfather, Mount's dad poorly handled his son's negotiations and has now played his hands. Wow, you think so? Okay. Ted Lasso won the kid moment from senior. Okay. I don't want to talk about Ted Lasso. That's an excellent show, by the way. But Jesse, big up to you. I hope walk is going well. AB, big up to you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Also, Richards just called up for the national team, Jamaican national team assignment. Good luck to him there, Coach. When you research it more under Roman, they wanted to increase his salary, but he didn't accept that. That is why he's in this problem right now. Probably thinks he deserves more. Now it's even worse for him. This team has 3 players that can not defend from front. This is the same problem facing PSG. I don't see this team beating any top 11. Here's the thing. I'm concerned with the 2-6s, their behavior off the ball. If we play against a well-drilled team that has good midfielders, we're in trouble because we've practically are not able to stop oppositions in the midfield area. I don't know again, but I don't want to go further into that. Chelsea Blue, okay, just talking to someone else there. Let me move on from this one here. What else do we have lined up? This says, okay, that's an interesting one. Now we move to Ben Chilwell. This one says the Athletic has been told by source with the club who have spoken anonymously to protect a relationship that there is genuine interest from Pep Guardiola side in Ben Chilwell. And the problem here, I think Ben Chilwell has just a year left on his contract. So Rodrigo, what do you think happens? And so getting him to sign a new contract, he'll be asking for what he feels, he's been asking for what he feels like he can get. Plus, it's already out there that, what's his name, Pep Guardiola wants him. And what a timing. So they probably looked at his contract and say, maybe we can get him. And given the way Chelsea are going, they don't see us tying him down for a 7-year contract.
No.
I don't know. Yeah, what do you think about the situation? So they read the situation. If in fact Pep is looking at signing him, he's looked at the situation and seeing they're going to find it difficult to keep him. But your thoughts on Ben Chilwell's situation?
So his contract expired in 2025.
So 2 more years left. So probably, so his contract length won't be an issue. But your thoughts?
Yeah. No, but it's still an issue because after next year, it's gonna be 1 year. So
after the current season, you're saying it's going to be
after the end of next season. So it need to be resolved. Like I think next season there will be talks. For me personally, I didn't mind selling Ben Chilwell, to be honest, but yeah, he's one of those players because we have what's the kid from what's the other kid that's playing at Burnley? Ian Maatsen. We have Ian Maatsen. We have Cucurella, but Chilwell just offers you something different, and I will hate selling him now when he's playing. He's one of the key players in our squad, so I don't know if I want to sell him. I don't know, especially to Man City. That's just literally giving them. He's a goal threat. That's the difference between him and like Cucurella and stuff. He can actually he find himself in those nice positions and he can strike the ball nicely. He gives you another dimension in attack, especially when you play for back three. He's a very, very good left wing back.
You don't think we're gonna sell him?
I don't think we'll sell. No. I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about selling him this season. I'm just thinking we should start considering renewing his contract. He's only 26 as well, so it's not that old. Good age, good experience already. And then the thing people don't realize, Ben Chilwell is like, whenever you see videos, he's a very good character in the dressing room. You can't be selling. We've lost a lot of those characters, Rudiger, Jorginho, and then to lose Chilwell as well. That's even Kurt Zuma. People might think, it was. You can't be losing people like this in a dressing room. So it
will compound the situation we'll find ourselves in right now.
Exactly. We have a very young squad, so we can't lose him. I think he will be offered a contract. I've got that feeling. But the question now is, I think he was on really high, one of the highest earners in.
He started very high, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if there's any margin in his contract. If Todd Boehly can. Because they want to reduce the wage bill, so the previous regime didn't really care about such thing. They just offered what they thought was the best contract. So it's gonna be tough. Either it's gonna maintain the same wages. I don't think so. So we're gonna have to. It's gonna have to be again one of the highest earners.
So he's on 190 right now, 190 pounds a week.
Yeah, I don't think if Todd Boehly was here when we signed him, he would have been on this sort of money. Probably less, but. He's already on 190. How much more can he go? Man City can probably offer way more.
So
that's
so that from the salary aspect that compounds the situation for us. Of course, like you're saying, after this year he'd have just a year left on his contract. So that's I'm thinking. Probably. Here's the thing. To me, I'd say that's just a theory. I'd say Man City, they've looked at the situation and probably. They may well be interested in Ian. Yes, then I'm thinking if I were Pep, that's how I'd play the game or the cards, if you prefer. I'll look at Ian Maatsen. The current coach of Ian Maatsen is who? The former captain. What's his name again? The former Belgium international. What's his name? Vincent Kompany.
Vincent Kompany.
Now, Now Maatsen is doing well. So even if I want Ian Maatsen, I'd say, okay, let's just start with Ben Chilwell. Then if we push them to extend Ben Chilwell's contract, then it'd be difficult for them to convince Maatsen to come back. It's a game plan. Either way, then if they extend, then we'll go for Maatsen. Then if they give us Ben Chilwell with the intent of bringing Maatsen back, then I'll take Ben Chilwell. I'm feeling like actually there's a chance. I know you mentioned that the importance of Ben Chilwell staying, his character in the dressing room, and we've lost a few players, so it wouldn't make any sort of sense to lose him also. Again, we'll be losing leadership from every department on the pitch. There's a chance that the owners might look at it and say, okay, how much are we going to give him and not, you could say cause a problem for ourselves given the new the new approach, the new contract structure. And chances are Ben Chilwell himself might not even like the new contract structure. So, and
Exactly.
if really Pep Guardiola wants him, there's a chance he decides I'm going to join them.
Yeah.
And there's a chance they'd rather get Matson to sign a new long-term contract like the 6-7. I think that's 6-7 years. If they don't do it now, they're not going to be able to do it during the summer, right? So it's a very you could say it's not a straightforward situation, really.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It's because the contract is on, doesn't have those clauses that if Chelsea don't make Champions League, you have to reduce your wages. He doesn't have those clauses
Yeah.
because he signed free. He signed under Roman. So yeah, then you're gonna come to him with those sort of terms. I don't know, but I don't know how it makes sense for him to to sign that. The only reason I'll say it maybe makes sense if his family are so
Yeah, it would
settled.
take some adjustment for him to say, you know what, I'm taking the new one. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only way, obviously, would be like if he's very settled in
Wow.
London.
It's not going to be that simple.
No. Yeah. Hopefully we
Yeah, but
keep.
he's still in England.
Yeah, exactly. Still in England, so it's like, yeah. Hopefully we'll keep
I
him.
hope so, but it's not that simple. And I'm going to get yeah, I'm going to get Roger's thoughts in a bit. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I said I like him as a left wing back.
Sorry,
It gives
I
you.
didn't hear what you were saying, Rodrigo. Yeah, I do
Okay.
like him. I do
Yeah.
like him, and it's looked like he's regaining the form he showed before that long-term injury. The beautiful game saying, "Come on, club, come get your boy." I know who you're referring to, but I'm not gonna work with you this time. I am not Potter out or Potter in. Okay, we're not talking about Potter now. I don't want to look stupid. I don't know, and I don't want to pretend to be smart. Sometimes I better to be quiet at the end of the season. Okay, but let's keep it aligned. We're talking about Ben Chilwell right now. Losing Chilwell will be painful, and it's not easy to keep him, no matter how you see it, if we're being honest here. I saw that recently. Yep. Let's see. What else do we have here? Hi, Coach. Ishak, nice to see you, Usman. Mount should accept this offer because his level is not up to what is requesting. But there's a chance club already spoke with him and told him, look, you should be the best player in England or the world. And his head is already turned and we don't know. Manchester City must pay 100 million if they want Chilwell. Yeah, but it's not easy to keep him. Ben has 2 years left on his contract, and I don't get why we should sell him. Yeah, but 2 years sounds like a lot. And the truth remains, the more his contract winds down, the more the whole card practically it will be shifting into his hands. And the moment that happens, it becomes even more difficult. Even 2 years isn't easy. Once he gets to 2 years when a player has just 2 years left on his contract, it's not easy to get them to sign a new one because they know once it's less than 2 years, they have all the cards. So yeah, 2 years is not a long time. If you're saying like 3, then fine. Let's see what else we have here. Was Cancelo loaned or sold? A Chile swap deal. I think he was loaned. I don't know if he had an option of a buy-in to buy him. Do you know, Rodrigo? Okay, Rodrigo's probably a bit busy right now. You have to keep Chilwell. We need 2 starters, a quality left wing back. Yep, that's the truth. And his quality indeed loaned, but I don't like his attitude. Well, I wouldn't judge anybody given one because of what I heard from someone else. It's really I don't do that, but I get where your argument is coming from. It's easy to trust Pep over the players, but Pep has had issue with quite a lot of players. We're lucky actually, some of them don't speak that much, but some of them just want out of the club. But yeah, but that's by the way. Unless Chelsea FC wants to sell Chilwell, stays and as per Fabrizio, CFC staying up with Chilwell. Well, it's easy to say that, but let's see what happens. I hope we keep him. Coach, the only way I can see Chile leave if he doesn't accept these payment structure because of his salary, and that's why it is not easy. Because if he goes on something different, that every other player that have signed a new contract feels like is better than what they put pen to paper for, it's a problem. And if he signs something different, then you have to continue with that path because there are we have lots of players who are due for new contract. Lots of them have just a year left on their contract, and you can't come to them and say they do something different than what you've gotten Chilwell to do. Yeah, it doesn't make any sort of sense. So it's not as simple as it sounds. If that makes sense. Let's see what we have. A 7 years contract. It's like it's slavery. Only new and upcoming players will accept such. Hence, Mount's problem. Mount only wants 3 years, and will like to take his chance when he turns 27 to go for another huge deal. Yeah, so it makes sense. And Ben Chilwell wouldn't be different. That's why I'm saying it sounds easy, but it's not going to be easy. We will renew Chile in this summer for 210, and you think it takes 210 if some other club are capable of paying him 250. If it doesn't agree, we will replace him with Maatsen in the summer. And from what I'm seeing, the club will more likely go for Maatsen, get him to sign a new long-term contract, and and cash in on Chile.
Maatsen contract.
Unfortunately, that's what I think may well happen in the end. Yeah, Rodrigo, go ahead.
Maatsen contract is coming to an end.
So it makes it's even difficult. Chelsea have a so it makes it even more difficult. City have a strict wage structure too, especially with the impending sanctions. So they're not going to be paying too much to players. So maybe other clubs and not City. Chilwell would reach his potential if he gets a City. Chelsea is hindering him with the way we play. Really. So big up to a lot of you. Gantoboxi, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Ishak, but hello to saying thank you for saying hello to Nightbot. Nightbot is actually a machine for those of you that don't know. Did Chilwell look in that side? He doesn't. Coach, if these players want their pay, they win the Champions League or try to make top four. Maybe that will make a difference. So I'm going to scroll quite a few, and I'm going to try to get the comments of those that have just a few contributions in the chat. And big up to you, Keshan, the New York guy. Nice to see you, brother. We'll say hello to a lot of people. Kumbanjo, selling Chilwell should not even be a conversation, but sometimes you'll be forced to do what you don't want to do in business. If keeping him means he gets to leave on a free, you can't help it. That's why we're talking about it. It shouldn't be a conversation, but the situation, look at it and you will see, if you're being factual, it's not easy. It's not as straightforward as you think. Agrees with Victor. There's an option to buy for 70 million. Option to buy who for 70 million? I want to know. Really. Hit the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have 61 likes. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible, please. The likes do go a long way. And if you're watching and you're not able to participate in the chat, we appreciate you because you watching provides great value to the community. But if you can do us one tiny bit of favor, please take a second, drop a like on the stream. That will go a long way. Thank you so much. Smash the like button, people. Support the channel. Havertz is a I can't say that word. Havertz is a generational baller. Chilwell owes some loyalty to Chelsea because he is hardly given a service due to long-term injury. That's a solid argument, but it's business first of all. But big up to you, Bobby, my bro. I hope you're doing well. Coach Nacho Fofana need 3 games run to show his potential. He's a good player. I believe he's a good player. But will he get the opportunity? We don't know. Ruben Loftus-Cheek is very important to the squad and is happy with his current squad role. At least that's how you see it. But it is business for everybody. We get to that in a bit. Anyone wanting Chilwell to join City is a detractor. We don't want that to happen, but we have to look at things objectively. But even putting aside the fact, the rumors of Man City, Pep is looking at him, there are other factors that if you look at them, you'd say there's a chance he leaves, if that makes sense. Says, I'm sorry, but when did we become a selling club? Oh, yeah. That's because you're arguing that because now we're talking about Ben Chilwell. Yeah. But if he was Mount now, you'd go just sell him, just cash in. But that's a good question, too. It looks like... when it's Mount, just sell him. And the truth remains, we're going to see a lot of selling go on in the summer. Despite my love for Chelsea FC, I must admit that Chilwell under Pep Guardiola will be monstrous. Also, we shouldn't forget it's difficult for players to stay, to say no to Pep. Chelsea needed to get a Julian Alvarez from Man City. Okay, he's wasted being a second fiddle to Haaland and would be a main man at Chelsea. Here's the thing: hardly do you see a player under Pep really want to leave, because there's a chance now from next season you start seeing him play day in, day out. That's Pep for you. Have vast generational talent after 2 good games. If we are where we are from 10th to 10th and 10th forever, well, City players on loan to Bayern has a 70 million. Okay, you're talking about what's his name again? Cancelo. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but it's times like this I miss a Marina. Well, unfortunately, Coach, I am offended by your accusation. Are you really sell Ian to Man City and keep Ben? Well, I think Ian fits the club's project more given his age, and Ben Chilwell accepting a long-term contract or accepting the new wage structure is very difficult, if that makes sense to you. Depending upon how Melo and Chilwell pan out, Ruben Loftus-Cheek could find it harder to have a starting lineup role. He's always struggling if we have it all fit. Maybe it's better for him to leave. Cancelo has a buy option. Yep, somebody has said that. Eugene, thank you so much for saying that. Jesus and Stalin and Cancelo all happy to leave Pep. That's another argument, though. At one point, yep. But usually, the new signings. How long has Alvarez been there, Rodrigo?
We haven't.
How long has what's his name? Alvarez been at City? Alvarez.
Oh, this season. They
Yeah.
signed him. They signed him in
January.
Yeah, they signed him in
this
January.
season, so I don't think it.
Yeah.
So he won't be looking to leave. Yeah, he will not be looking to leave. Cannot there be a swap between Cancelo and Chile? I don't know. A swap deals aren't easy because teams value their players. How much our valuation of the player may differ from the club's valuation of the player, if that makes sense. It says Alvarez will come. Alvarez will come to Chelsea if they show interest. Okay, let's give it a shot. If you don't buy tickets, you're never gonna win lottery. I trust Todd Boehly. He will make a Chilwell our next captain. Let's see what happens. He was on the pitch, and Mateo Kovacic had the captain's armband. So let's start looking at things from there. Jesus left City after a season. No, is that true?
No. Jesus was there for years.
More than 4 seasons. 4 seasons, really. Yeah. He wasn't after a season. No, Bobby. Okay, I'm gonna bring in Roger. Roger, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well.
Good afternoon. Good morning, gentlemen.
We can't. Okay, I was gonna say we can't hear you. Greetings to you. I hope you're doing well, Roger. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Quickly, you have. We've talked about Mason Mount. If you want to talk about his situation, fine. I'm just going to give you the opportunity as an OG here. Mason Mount, and then now at you're seeing him on the screen. What's his name?
Ben Chilwell.
Ben Chilwell. But you can start from Mount's situation. Where do you think? How do you think he ends? And what do you want to see happen? Whatever your decision is, you let us know why.
Sure.
We want to know.
Yeah, I think I just want to quickly mention Mount. I wasn't able to listen to you chaps earlier. I was at an appointment. So I think Mason, it's a sticky situation. I think it needs to be resolved by the start of next season at the very latest, because if it does continue into next year and it's not sorted out, that'll be a huge distraction, A, for him, more importantly, and B, for the club. So that will be ridiculous. This needs to be determined. We either need to sell him by the start of next season, or he needs to sign a new contract. And there has to be some form of collaboration on both parties, So that's what I believe needs to happen. Do I think he stays? I have no idea.
In terms of signing new contract, how possible do you think that is, Roger? Just quickly, I'm asking, given what you just said, in terms of
Sure.
signing a new contract, how possible do you think that is, given people saying, from what people have said in the chat, I don't know whether it's true or not, that he wants to have his own, the control of his career in his hands. Don't want to sign a contract for
Yes.
7 to 8 years. And given how much the new players are on, and the structure of the new contract, and given the fact that we have a lot of people on a year that has just a year left on each of their contracts, so it makes it even difficult, because whatever you give them, the next person in line will be asking the same thing or something close to, or something even bigger. But you go ahead.
Right, that's a valid point. Now, you can give someone a 6 or 7 or 8.
Did we lose him? I just want to ask you that before I forget.
No,
yeah, go ahead.
Coach, I can hear, but you're going in and out a lot, by the way. There's some buffering going on your end, just to let you know. But it doesn't matter how much of the length of contract is.
Really?
Let's say it exceeds 5 years. The amortization can only last 5 years. You give him a 7-year contract, that's fine, but it will only be amortized over 5 years of the contract. However, from the more credible sources that I've watched or read, it seems that, meaning actual journalists, not on Twitter, I believe the sticking point is the actual length of a contract.
Not Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. I don't.
Journalists.
Yeah, I don't really give credibility to any of that. So I'll like The Athletic, or The Times, or written. Usually it's written. So I give more credibility to that. I would say that he probably wants a 4-year contract, but I think they're probably going to go for a 5 or so year contract, because he'll give the logic that, listen, it can't be amortized anything longer than that. So he's got a valid point, probably. Listen, it's business, as Boehly said in that discussion that he gave, in an interview he gave. They're basically human capital. That's how he termed it, if I'm not mistaken. So, and that's what these players and coaches are. They're investments. They're not people. He doesn't view them as such. He views them as commodities, and that's all they are in a business sense. Of course, they're real people, but in the business world, I think it's going to be hard. But they can't cave in. They can't give away the bank. But they also have to be realistic, and they have to give some credence to the fact that he has been a good player for the most part. Yes, he's very much out of form. And yes, he has been very much overworked. I think there's a I say there's a 50-50. I think actually more than 50-50 that he stays, because he does have some. Listen, this is business, but I think he does have some sense of nostalgia in a lot of ways. This is all he knows since the age of 8, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that would come into some.
Yeah,
that would come into some form mindset. I think that would enter his mind. But having said that, though, I mean, listen, who knows? I think it'll get sorted out this off season. I really do. It needs to be anyway. I have no idea what will transpire, though, because his father is his.
But in what way will he get sorted out? You're not certain.
No, I have no idea. And I don't think either side does. I've heard they're not that far apart. It's just the length of the term of the contract. So I don't know. Honestly, he needs to get outside professional input also. Like
the new report says, Roger, you might want to go in and come. You might want to go out and come out. I think the delay is coming from your end.
Okay, but when I was
because
sure.
My connection says excellent. The what measures to say excellent. And when you come back in, you can talk about Ben Chilwell.
Yeah, I'm on 36 meg. Coach.
And the Beautiful Game says, I am here to push the Cancelo narratives. Sorry? Okay. I am here to push the Cancelo narrative. We want that attitude in the dressing room. If he can come, I take him. Mason Mount's dad to say Mason Mount's dad needs to stay out of his business. Not good sometimes to have a parent as your agent. He's probably fighting for what he believes is good for his son. And to me, it's a very complicated situation right now. And big up to you, Brother Bobby. Always nice to see you. Why to spend 70 million on Cancelo if you already have a potential extra class Reece James who will be on replaceable? Okay, I guess that's what you're trying to say there. Give me a second. Truth is that Mount wants more money for less amortization, which is workable. It is workable given the fact that the rule changes. By the time I think, I don't know if they are allowed to still do that now, then they push for it. They push for Mount to accept that or bust. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what's going on, but I get your argument there. I wouldn't give even a 3-year contract to Mount at this rate. Wow. Some argument again. Let's see what else we have. Some players like Reece James or Benzema, Kante, Modric are crucial and they must play mostly. Cancelo is nonsense. That's how you see it. Ruben Loftus-Cheek will not leave Chelsea. He's okay with being a regular player with a pay cut. He will still get more money than what other clubs would be able to give him, plus the English quota. Yep, I think a lot of clubs, here's the thing, hate Mason Mount or like him. I know probably other clubs still believe the chance of him leaving Chelsea isn't, it's difficult that he leaves Chelsea, but the truth remains there won't be a shortage of clubs the moment it becomes clear that he is going to leave Chelsea, especially English clubs that meet that quota. Newcastle have become the big boys, and I think he wouldn't say no to Newcastle if they show him look at that project, look at the players who are going to sign. If they have Champions League football, he wouldn't say no to club. Rodrigo, let me ask you this while we wait for Roger to come in and talk about Mount. Your thoughts? Do you think there will be shortage of buyers of a Mount if it becomes clear that he's going to leave?
No. There'll be a lot of clubs abroad and in England. Only think abroad, I don't know if we can get the fee that we're looking for. But in terms of salary, it'll be fine abroad as well. The tax is actually lower in some of the EU countries, so like in Spain. Then again, looking at Spain, I don't see Madrid or Barcelona really going for Mount. So mainly, actually, it's difficult actually when I think of abroad club. Maybe in Germany. Again, in Germany, what club can afford? Bayern Munich, do they need Mount? In Italy, Italian clubs don't have the money. So it'll be mainly English clubs. So Newcastle, Man City, Man United, Liverpool, this type of club. I don't know about Man City, but there were rumors. So I think we will have clubs coming for him. And yeah. I think he can get the 250 he's looking for, but I don't know if he can get at least.
Yeah, a lot of clubs.
Sorry.
Maybe Newcastle, because they haven't been spending too much, and Newcastle would want to take him so he counts as one of the homegrown quotas. He's a Champions League winner. He's won multiple trophies, and he will be a huge addition to their club.
Exactly. Yeah, and he's a player
the first leg, the first red. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Go on. Sorry, read Martin. Oh, go on.
Okay. Is my audio delayed? Let's be sure it's not my fault.
It was, maybe it's me. It was delayed a little bit, but I can hear you.
Okay, then it wasn't Roger's fault. Then if he comes in, I'm going to go out and come back in. Okay, but it's delayed, right? Yeah. The first red flag, he doesn't want a long-term contract and wants 250K. So in 2 years, he will negotiate that. Yeah, it's business for all parties involved, and that's the list of my concerns, really. Kuchila, when given our contracts, what do you have to consider? Past glory or current
both
or current form? Here's the thing: it's as simple as that. Current form does go a long way when a player is negotiating a new contract.
That's why
it's as simple as that.
Exactly.
You'd be stupid to give a player a huge increase in salary if they're not in good form.
Exactly. That's why it's notoriously.
Go ahead, Rodrigo.
That's why you'll see people in the final year contract. Usually, they play out the best form. I don't know if there's a stat proving that, but you can see from eye test, you see a lot of players that when they enter the final years of a contract, they always perform to the next level to get a contract. So current form is taken in consideration.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth. Let me see what we have here. It's better to have a couple of players with thin ratings than us we have here. Also, Newcastle highest paid is 144K.
Wow.
But Mount goes in. You can say he's one more than any other player there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, more
won
than
the
their
Champions
club.
League. He'd be the only Champions League winner they have there. The Super Cup,
Yeah.
World Club Cup. Yeah, exactly. Even more than their club, actually. That outside like Roger said, Mount is like cattle. Just take him to the auction. I'm not going to do that. Let's see what else we have here. Liverpool cannot give Mount 250K a week. Come on, people, we don't know. So I'm not going to argue that. What else do we have? No Ziyech Mount on the first 11. Chelsea have 1-3 on the trot, which hasn't happened since. So yeah, I get your argument, Luigi Pellegrini. I hope you're doing well, Coach. When we play Ruben from Mount's position, we will see the best of Ruben. That's what Sarri did. Ruben is an 8, and unfortunately for him, hasn't gotten the opportunity to play in the 8th position under Thomas Tuchel or even under what's his name under Graham Potter. To me, I'd argue is actually one of the best 8s we have on the team, but unfortunately hasn't even gotten the opportunity to play in his best position. If you're watching people, what 67 likes, let's please, if you haven't taken a second, drop a like on the stream. The likes do go a long way. And also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much for finding the time to do that. Mount should go. Louis, so let's see what happens here. Ruben does well at right wing back also. And a number 6 pivot, I don't like him as a number 6 because he's not even capable of reading the game. He's a fine player, but I don't think he's a deep lying midfielder, not at all. The struggles there, if you ask me. It's Mount's father, not Mount pulling the strings. The agents are allowed to pull the strings. So in this case, because it's his father issued him, I don't think it's anything special. Why are we winning? First, Potter has left out Ziyech and Mount out of the first 11. Potter has chosen a contest 3-4-3. Wow, some argument. Hi, everyone. Nice to join you, and I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're doing well. Exchange Photography. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. And if you have a channel, I can help you talk about it here so that our members can also go check it out. Thank you for joining. And please, let's keep dropping the likes on the stream. 67 likes. We should get to 100 as soon as possible. Coach, you must have things with bricks like on channel. My bro, HH. I love HH. Yeah, big up. Coming to you, JC. Your thoughts on the man situation and why you talk. I'm going to go out and come back in. Roger, apologies for thinking the issue was from your end. Rodrigo has confirmed it is from my end. But JC, your thoughts.
Coach,
JC, what I'm saying, does he delay before it gets to you? Is there a delay?
Can you hear me? Is it okay now? Okay.
We can hear you, JC. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a delay. Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. I would like to have a bigger perspective of what is going on in the market. And Mount is at the centerpiece of a struggle right now, a power struggle between the owners or the club owners and the players. For last few years, we have seen there has been huge amount of money gone in British sport because of the television money. And the players, unless you are giving them a annual renewal of contracts or review of their salaries, it's like discounting the cash flows. I mean, in today's money, it might be a good salary, but next year already, if the market has gone up, they will feel that they are being underpaid. And in cases like Rudiger and all, they made a choice. Okay, I mean, if we run down the contract, we earn a good payday, which is the loss of income we have had for the last 2 years. We will get it as a sign-on fee. Mount is in a similar situation. What Boehly is doing with long contracts is clamping down on this. He does not want to lose players on short contracts, and then they could dictate the terms. So it's a power struggle. Mount at this situation might be thinking, look, I've been on 75,000 for last 3 years. I've been losing money. I was worth around 200,000. So I want 300,000. But then the owners would be thinking is, I want 7-year contract, because I don't want this guy to be running down contracts, and then he can easily run him down, because knowing that at the end of that contract, whatever losses he have had, and somebody's put out a figure like he is right now somewhere like 10 million in minus, Mount, because he has not been really actively asking for a contract for last 1.5, 2 years. So he's in last 1.5 years, he's been considering like he's 10 million minus. And if he's now signing, he would like to have some sign-on fee or a good salary. Or if he moves, then he will get a bonus for getting a sign-on fee with another club. So this is all financial figures. And this is a struggle between owners and the players. And the Mount is at the centerpiece of it, because in comes Boehly. He is a financial guy. He says, I see this is not correct. We have lost Rudiger, we have lost Christensen. I don't want to lose players. I want them on long-term contracts. And if they are going to earn well, they will be earning well based on bonuses. If you win Champions League, you get a bonus. If you don't win anything, you are not going to get big salaries. So it's a struggle between two sides, and Mount is at the center of it. And I think Mount goes, because he's already considering himself 10 million in minus. And Boehly is not going to overpay him another 10 million on top. You get my point?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So here comes his dad, who is also not happy, because he thinks we should have been 10 million richer. We are not. It's all business. It's not football.
Would you keep him if you?
No. I would not like to have the pay structure of the club destroyed by signing him on. We have young players. We have players like Mudryk on 90,000, 95,000. Why should Mount be getting 300,000?
Exactly.
And then these players will ask, like, what is going on? And you cannot move these players with long contracts easily.
Exactly.
So it's and you will see, like, there was this what's this guy, Italian goalkeeper, who was demanding huge salary from Juventus, and they said go. The same happened with De Ligt. Same happened with Rudiger. The clubs in Europe are taking a stance. They say, we are not going to pay you. So eventually they go and sign with whoever is available then. But then only the top talent signs. The others are not getting it. Malanga Sarr, we signed, yes, but okay, eventually we are also not signing any more players like that. So this was a power struggle. But in comes Boehly, a smarter way. He says, I don't even want to get into these situations. I want 7-year contracts.
I believe in those 7-year contracts. I might be wrong.
Mm-hmm. I think can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So here's my take on it.
I
think Mount goes, and I am thinking is Chilwell talk is coming, because normal circumstances nobody will even entertain Chilwell talk. But here's the thing: we have a Cancelo situation in Manchester City and the Chilwell situation in Chelsea, and the club owners are talking. Maybe we can sort it out within us, and then have a better better situation for both of us. And that's why I was saying maybe there is a possibility of swap. But eventually, it is that the inflationary market, the more money comes in every year, and unless you are renewing the contract of player every year, he is losing money. Because next year, due to inflation, he can already demand more. So he is waiting for that running down of the contract. And then some of them have got good contracts, so they are looking at millions. So Mount at this situation, at this moment, is thinking, how much I have already lost. I want to recover that.
But again, JC, that's his fault, because Marina offered him a contract before they left. Maybe he took that deal.
Yeah, I understand, but you are not looking at only these offers. You have to look at it as a discounting cash flows, or like it's like you take out a bank loan. You are paying every month, and you are paying an interest every month. But after say 3 months, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, you are already feeling it like it's easy money, because I mean the inflation has caught up. Their contracts are like that, 4 years, 5 years. After 2 years, unless you are renewing it, they are not getting their market value if they have been playing well. But he's not been playing well for the last 18 months. So Chelsea also has a point there. So I think Mount goes. It's pretty clear. I think Klopp will pay him. Klopp needs a lot of players. So he will get his money. It's market. But I don't think they will also overpay him. I don't think clubs will start throwing money left and right. We saw that with this, especially with this goalkeeper who eventually had to go to PSG with very modest salary. He was expecting millions and millions, and these things will happen. So it will there. He wants to come into the market. Will he recover his last 2 years, which he's been on modest salary? I don't think so. But he is going to certainly demand some money, because now he has run down his contract for those 2 years. So he has a value there. So he wants to recoup that value. Maybe from the future salary, he says, okay, this is the market level, but I also want to recoup the previous one. That's how mathematics of finance works. So I think he goes.
Yep, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. Hopefully my sound has improved. I'm not sure. It's not about the sound. I think it's the internet. Somewhat it shows it's excellent, but still, why is it causing the delay? I just don't know. Fans should know that Kai Havertz is a number 10, and a playmaker, the Messi, not the striker. We know that right now we're talking about Mason Mount. Big up Kuchila, big up the Princess. Yeah, big up the Prince. I hope you're doing well. We need to like this channel. Very important. Yes, the likes do go a long way. We have 71 likes, and that is 29 more to get it to 100. Hopefully, my sound has improved. Coach, you're moving like J5. You're moving like J5, and I blame Roger. So he's going to be ready to fight me. You're moving like J5, slowing down our attack. Go out and come back in. I've done that. Hopefully, it has improved. If not, I probably may have to reboot the system. I'm not sure why. It's showing excellent. And yeah, I blamed Roger, so he's going to deal with me when he gets the chance. So big up Kuchila and the whole stream. Mount should stay. At least that's what you think. But does it make business sense for the owners? We don't know. You cannot describe player like stick with him, stick him with some position. This football, okay, let him play. And big up to you too, Rahayu. Big up 343 Dynamo. Indeed, I hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Let's see, what else do we have here? DJ says, how are you? Again, just saying hello to people there. Ladies and gentlemen, I respect to you. Mason, yep, okay, yep, whatever you think, that's you. Kuchila, okay, tell the world, DJ, put me on CNN and tell them I have a bad connection. Kai always play very well whenever he's been deployed as a number 10 and not a striker. But right now we're talking about the Mason Mount situation, whether the club should keep him or sell him. We've talked about Chilwell. We've analyzed the situation. We didn't just want to make it keep or sell and just say and have a vote. People decide whether the club should keep him or sell him. We want to analyze the situation and see the likelihood of a player leaving or staying. In the case of Ben Chilwell, at this point, all we can say is that the situation is very, very complicated for multitude of reasons that we talked about. Boehly will pay a Mbappe fee. Okay, let's see what he does. Coach, just say over when you're done. Stop making fun of me, my friend. This is a power struggle. If Mount gets what he wants, every renewal onward would do the same. That makes it even more difficult. And the owners don't want that. I think Chile has different temperament as to Mount. Chile might sign a new contract with us, but it's not easy. He's not getting any younger and wouldn't want to sign any longer, like 6 to 7 or even 5+. It'd be difficult. It depends on how much you agree to pay him. It's imperative the club maintains its position. Yep, if they do otherwise, they're creating a serious problem. And lots of the players at the club at this point all have a year more. Even so, lots of them have just a year left on each of their contracts. It's a difficult situation. Let's see, by selling Mount 50 to 60. Okay, getting Felix permanently for that. Okay, let's see what the club does. Mount's last chance is offensive zone. Mbappe, okay, you're having a conversation with somebody. I get the new panelist argument, but comparing Mount's salary demands to Modric isn't accurate because Modric got a single got a sign-on fee. Did he really? A signing on fee, really? Okay. I didn't know that. Let's see what we have here. We cannot bring Felix to us. Okay, so Mike.
Coach, can I answer to that argument?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm waiting for you.
See, here's the thing. Right now, Mudryk is on something like 95,000 or something per month. Imagine in 8 years' time, he closes the gap with players like somebody like Mbappe or Hazard, or he really sees his potential. But he, in 2 years' time, but he will be stuck. He cannot negotiate. He still has 5 years on his contract. He cannot renegotiate it. Considering that, I mean, what you financially think is you are taking a risk, but then you are also hedging the risk and calculating a general average salary, what we would be willing to pay to him. Based on that, 195,000 is a modest salary. It's always, business is always a risk. But if you look at the risk he's taking for 7 years, and every year his purchase value will be depreciated. So, okay, if today he is on our books at 90 million and on a contract of 8 years, so that is something like, I don't know, 12 million or something per year. So next year, if they sell it for 90 million, that's a profit on Mudryk of 12 million. Every year, after 3 years, you sell it for 90 million, it's a profit of 36 million on Mudryk, and they are paying him a modest salary also. So it's very business. And considering all this, if you compare this situation with Mount wants a 4-year contract and a salary of 300,000. Definitely no cards in the hands of club. And a very high salary compensating his like contract. So it is comparable in the sense as Mudryk contract is very much in our favor, in the club's favor, and Mount's contract, short-term contract, is not, and his demands are not in our club's favor. If you look at a business point of view, but of course, I mean, you also have to look at the footballing point of view. But even in footballing point of view, if you look at it, both Mount and Mudryk are not a starter in our 11 right now.
Yeah, Coach, I have to say, JC is the financial guy, Roger is the lawyer. We have to find new role for you, you and me.
JC makes complete sense.
Yeah, you're the lawyer.
He's making some point. Let me just catch up. I want to hear Roger's thoughts so we can move on to the next player. Coach, has Kante accepted the new contract? We don't know. The last we heard was that he's close to signing a new long-term contract, but that hasn't happened. Big up to you, my bro. Big up, Akuchila. We need to keep all those players. They are the DNA of our club. And as all of the struggling new recruits have proven, we already had world-class players in our squad. Some argument right there, but the thing is this: needing to keep them and the ability to keep them, those are two different things altogether. In the case of Mount, it has gotten to a point where he's more likely to leave than stay. And I'm not sure how we're going to handle that. If he stays, fine, but I think it's more likely to leave. I'm not going to even go into what I want to happen. But more importantly, big up to you, bro. I hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Always nice to see you. Mudryk and Hazard are miles away from Mbappe. Okay, some argument. Let's see what we have here. Sorry, Garfield Phillips, if you're watching, please avoid using more than 3 emojis. If you do that, chatbot, the robot that is policing the chat will time you out. So please don't use more than 3 emojis. So Roger, you go ahead. Hopefully my sound has improved. If it hasn't, then I'll have you continue. I'll just reboot the router quickly, but
Yeah,
he
you're
says
going
it's
in and
excellent.
out, coach.
I'm not sure where else the issue is coming from.
Going in now.
Okay, but is this stable now?
Yes and no. It's about as stable as Chelsea.
Yeah.
Well, do you want me to
Yeah,
talk?
but go ahead, Roger. You speak about Mount.
But listen,
Go ahead, Roger. You speak about Mount. I'll try to
yeah,
find a
I'm not
solution with the internet connection.
sure. I'm not sure where we stand on him. I don't think he's more apt to leave or more apt to stay. I think it's what we would say is in the balance. I think it's that simple. I see it either going either way. I think it's a 50-50 currently, but he does hold, I think, most of the cards. I think that he has the advantage in the negotiating aspect, but to say he's more likely to leave or stay, I think would be rather presumptuous, in my opinion. I think it's too early to really say the way. Disappointed that negotiations have broken off. I was hoping it would get done before the season has concluded, but it is what it is. I can see it going both ways. What do you think, chaps?
We've I want to mention one thing before.
Yeah, go for it.
With these 7-year contract, I don't believe the salary is flat throughout the duration of 7 years. I think the salary is also linked to if these players reach certain level after certain of
They're heavily incentivized, aren't they?
Yeah, they will get an improve on the base. I'm not talking about the bonus. I'm talking about the base salary. I think they will get an increase on that. But anyways, with Mount, when you look at the talent that we have in attack now, I struggle to see where it fits. Any formation that we play, 3-4-3, where does he play? 4-2-3-1, where does he play? The only formation where he plays in his what people say is in his natural position will be in a 4-3-3, but we hardly play 4-3-3. And Potter doesn't really. He's not a manager that plays. He's not known for a 4-3-3 formation. He's a 3-4-3 back three kind of guy, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's this. Well, I'm not yes and no, because like in a 3-4-3, he can play exactly in the right wing up front. He can.
Yeah, but
that.
It's not as good as the option. That's what I'm saying. It's not.
No. I get that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Also,
he can play in any position. He can even play in a double pivot. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's a carbon copy of Gallagher. He's a carbon copy. They're identical.
No, don't insult Mount. Don't insult, man. Please.
No, I'm talking about listen, the player profiles I'm talking about. I think they're identical. And it's this. I can say the same for Mount, Gallagher, and Chukwuemeka. Do you understand? They're all three. They're round pegs in square holes. I see them as very.
Mount is a bit more developed to.
No, sure. But you know what I'm saying, though? Their player profiles, they're all cut from the same cloth in that regard. They all have a certain level of uncertainty, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Because of the formation. I think what's best suited for Chelsea currently is a 3-4-3, obviously, or variations of that, and it can be somewhat hybrid, like a 3-4-1-2 or 2-1, etc. And then, in and out of possession, it will be fluid. But I'm talking about what are their optimal formations for these number 8s to be? Well, obviously, it would be a 4-3-3, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Theoretically, you would say on paper that would be the formation which will best suit Chukwuemeka, Gallagher, and Mount, etc. And and I think they're going to have to adapt, and I think they're all going to realise that whether we play a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, the internet company sent out a message they're experiencing an outage here.
Yeah.
So there's nothing. It's not about resetting the router. It will help. It's breaking in and out. Roger, I don't know if you were still speaking about Mount, or should we move on to the next player?
Just very briefly. And I think that this is a dilemma, and they're going to have to adjust and be more. I wouldn't say more of a utility player like a Ruben, but I think they're going to be more diverse, that their player portfolio is going to have to expand for all three of them. I think that's a safe assumption. Carry on.
Sorry, Roger. Sorry, I
No,
interrupted.
never
Carry on.
apologise. Only coach needs to apologise. I'm kidding.
No, here's the point. I will very quickly. I mean, every one of us has bought a car on a 5-year leasing, for example, and at the end of the 5 years, the car is fully depreciated, the leasing is gone, but still
Yeah,
the car has a lot of value. The same is
yes,
with the players. It's the fight for that value, and that value is so high right now. So high right now. If they give it to these players who are running down the contracts, this will affect the salary structure. So
yes,
probably for players like Reece James, they have done that. They will do that. For Kante, they will do that. But for fringe players, only if it makes business sense, I suppose, so that they can resell them and then recoup the value if needed. But not for fringe players who are not in the running to be like the regular starters. Because if you are not a regular starter, your values will go down also. So
yes.
so so taking both ends, like the footballing sense and the financial sense, I think Chilwell will stay. But
Yes.
Mount, I mean, we are a little bit late now. It's last year, so it's totally in his court. The ball is in his court.
He's got one more year. He's got one more year after this season, I believe, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
So
That's
basically,
why I hope that they come to some form of conclusion in the negotiations prior to next season starting.
because you also, Roger, you as a lawyer should also understand. I mean, if we are
I'm not a
having only
lawyer.
1 year contract,
Yeah.
1 year contract on left on Mount, and if because of that we sell him for only say 30-40 million, it doesn't mean Manchester City or somebody or Liverpool will be paying only 30-40 million for the player, because the remaining value will be paid to Mount.
Yes.
Mhm.
He's a recipient of
Yes, the
yes,
rundown every year, running down of the
exactly.
contract, and
Yes.
the difference between the current market value and the situation of the real, like it's a supply and demand. So
Yeah. Roger, I don't know if the sound has improved, but Roger, I want to ask you before you talk about Ben Chilwell's case, can you look at this comment on the screen? Roger, is Mount a jack of all trade and master of none? I still don't know his actual position. And this question, you could say, should be considered seriously, given the depth of the squad right now and the new players were signed. Does he still have a place in the team? That is something else he himself would take seriously.
Yeah.
He's smart enough, and I'm
I
sure his dad is smart enough as his agent to look at things from his own perspective. Even if we take the money they're offering us, what happens?
I don't view
Go ahead,
him.
Roger.
I don't view him in the same light as a Ruben Loftus-Cheek. He is truly a utility player, you know, where he plays in so many positions other than basically goalkeeper. I see Mount mostly as a number 8/number 10 forward player. You know, I don't think he can play a right wing back, etc., or a holding defensive midfielder. I think he's, as I was saying before, he's cut in the same cloth as a Chukwuemeka and as a Gallagher. For all intents and purposes, those three have a player profile that are identical. So no, I don't see him as a jack of all trades and a master of none. I really don't. I see him as a valued player in a number 8/number 10, but primarily an 8. And I think that's where his value is, with his application in his industry. Obviously, no, I think whether he stays or goes, I think he'd be valued, and plus the fact he's quote unquote is a homegrown commodity also.
Yeah, he'll be again. Like him or not, his industry is something
which is needed. This is why they
like him or
brought
not. His
Gallagher.
industry is something you don't get from every player. So, Roger, please, if you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can.
We haven't gotten to Gallagher yet. Sorry about the whole sound issue is really irritating.
It's okay.
But Roger, your thoughts on the Ben Chilwell situation? What do you think happens? Do you think he stays? Do you think he leaves? You must consider the possibility of the club bringing back Ian Maatsen. And before Ian Maatsen would agree to come back to the club, if if the club extends Ben Chilwell's stay at the club, and with availability of Cucurella, I don't think Ian Matson will agree to sign a new contract.
Yeah,
so
I agree with that.
So again, if Pep really wants Ben Chilwell, there's a chance he makes it even more difficult to keep him. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got 2 years left on his contract, and I think the chances are that it'll be renegotiated and he stays. I see him more staying than leaving, to be honest with you. I think he likes Chelsea. He's wanted to play for Chelsea. And I see no other reason, and he's brought no other reason for us to think otherwise, to be honest with you. So I see him as staying. Will he? Who knows? But I think there's a good chance he stays or renegotiates, however you want to term it. So, and I think he needs to stay. As much as sometimes I think he passes back too much, but you do see somewhat qualities of. He reminds me of Alonso in some regards. He's got more speed than Alonso, but he's required. Honestly, because we've got Cucurella, we have depth there, and then Madsen, and even Hall to a certain extent. Worst comes to worst, he can play in that position. I think we have depth there. I think Chelsea would want him to stay and would want to renegotiate a contract. I think he's valued at the club, not just by the fans, but I think by the coaching staff. And it all depends on how much does he contribute with A, assists, and B, goals. And he seems to be doing that as of late. So that's an important thing. He's just getting back into playing shape. He's just fully recovered from that Juventus injury, So I think he's going to do well this next season. Assuming he stays healthy, I think he'll reach his form again. I don't see why he wouldn't, based on what I'm seeing currently. Coach.
Anything else you want to add to that, JC? Yeah, anything you want to add, JC? I'm sending Roger a message if he has time. I think I'll just be like the studio engineer. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the question with Chilwell will also be resolved this summer for sure, because as Boehly and somebody has said this on record, that we do not want like contracts running out. So this year, those players who have 2 years contracts, they definitely will not want to have them for like dragging on another year. So they would try to get them signed up, and if they don't sign up, they will sell them because they will get more value this year than next year. And I think Chilwell will sign because he's not he still has 2 years to go, 2.5 years to go. And he's playing regularly, and he likes Chelsea, and he's a starter, and everything is working very fine, happy, everybody's happy, so he signs. I think that's easier done than situation with Mount.
Yeah, I think his is more simplified, isn't it?
Yeah. I expect that they will pretty sure make decisions this summer for players with 2 years left on their contracts. That's like Kovacic, that's Chilwell. I do not know who else, but I think these two are also in that list just because they have only 2 years left on their contract, and the management would certainly not like to be in a position like Mount where there's only 1 year left. So they will take a call this year, I suppose.
Yeah, I think the end of this season, this off season, is going to be very important regarding negotiation contracts, renewals. I think it's going to be important for this new regime to get a, shall we say, a template and stick to it and start addressing the contract needs of the whole squad. Don't forget there's 23 players on loan right now currently, and between 31 and 34 players in the squad. So this is a big squad. It's huge by comparison to other teams around the world.
You don't want negotiating every year 5-10 contracts. So probably that's why they also go for long contracts,
Yeah. What do you think of Gallagher, gentlemen?
Yeah.
JC, what do you think of Gallagher?
I once again, I mean, He's a good squad player. I think he's a good footballing player. He's still young. He still has a lot way to go in terms of improvement, especially with the team. If he's in a good team, he will improve more, of course. So looking at that, and he is really willing to stay. Like he refused going to Everton. I think he will be flexible with contracts and all. I think like that's why if you have to have a squad player, you better go with a young talent like Gallagher than somebody who's like a little bit more mature and established for the same role, because then he has something to look up to, and every footballer would like to improve and go a step above and have some new challenge to move further on. So in that sense, he would be highly motivated, and I think he will fit well with the Chelsea culture. He's coming out of the academy, and we would, although I mean he is not the top performer of the team right now, but he's a very good player.
Yeah, he's
I
very
mean,
young
Chelsea's
also.
squad itself is a very good squad. You name any player, and like any team, average team in Premier League would love to have any player from Chelsea. That's the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I think Gallagher hasn't even come close to. We haven't seen enough of him on a consistent basis yet, and I think he fits. He's a carbon copy, in my opinion, of Mount in so many ways. In
Yeah,
the way
yeah.
in which he applies himself, with the industry. I think he may be more clinical actually than Mount in some degrees. At
He's
least,
physically maybe, but you can't underestimate Mount as well. He's physically good.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, you're right. I think Gallagher he's taller, isn't he? And he's bigger chap. And I think
yeah.
the speed are pretty much comparable. I think how long is left on his contract? Like 2 years or so?
I have no idea. I have
I
no
don't
idea.
know what his contract is. Coach, do you know
I
what his
think he was
contract
given a
is?
new contract before he left for Crystal Palace or something like that.
So he's probably got 2 to 3 years. If that's the case, then they've got at least 2 to 3 more years left on it. I've got it written down somewhere. Actually, I should bring it up. But I think he's someone that can do very well for Chelsea. He may, for the most part, especially if we get in Cuckoo and so forth, he may be, I wouldn't say a part-time player or a bit-time player, but I don't think he'll be, shall we say, one of the superstars of Chelsea initially. But I think he'll be appreciated. I think he has a lot to contribute to Chelsea because when you're going to be
No,
playing
Roger.
50,
When we look at this Chelsea side right now, yeah,
yeah,
there is no superstar. Absolutely no superstar. Only maybe Enzo because he was the most
sure,
promising young
sure,
player at the World Cup.
yeah,
But you cannot call him superstar. Nearly everybody is a young talent going up on the upward trajectory. So whatever has been the team investment, they all are very young players. They are improve. They have a lot of they have a lot of levels step ups to go still,
sure,
and
sure.
that's exciting. I mean, if we are already in such a good level as a team performance, and if Potter is now clicking in as well, so it should be it should be good days ahead for
So
Chelsea.
Connor has 3 years left. He
Yeah.
signed a 3-year contract this year, 2022 to 23, is what I have listed here. I'm not sure
Yeah.
how accurate that is. So he's got 3 more years left, maybe 2. So
Yeah. No,
and he's only on
I also
50
say
grand.
Eugene, yeah, Eugene is mentioning all the time Mbappe and our players are not superstars, and okay, we don't criticize players for that. I mean, we have very young players. If you look at Mbappe contract, if I'm not mistaken, is like 400 million euros or something like that, and 300 million is
Wow.
like his salary, and then you have the rights to the advertisements and all that stuff. So whole
Sure.
package
Yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
close to 500 million. That's more than three players of Paris Saint-Germain have the 50% budget of the team.
Yeah, see,
You cannot put Mbappe there and then put the team all around him. In footballing sense, also it does not make sense. Look at their team right now. How many Champions League? How are they performing at Champions League?
well, they're
Year
not, are
after
they?
year after year, they are a team of individuals. It doesn't work like that.
Yes, because it's a team sport. Now, coach has just texted us, and he said that he's tied down until 2025 with an extension. So it's probably a 3+1. So
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing. So we're not under too much pressure. If I'm not mistaken, I have him listed as 50 grand a week. So he's not exactly on a huge salary. But I
No,
think
and he's a very talented player. I mean, we are having a team of very talented youth players. We
yes,
don't, and as a fan, we should be very happy that we are not catering to needs of few superstars. We are becoming a team. It's a team sport.
yes. When you look at who they've acquired in the last since they've bought Chelsea, I think it's good looking forward. It's optimistic when you have a look. I mean, we already had players like Mount and Gallagher, etc. But
Yeah,
when you look at the youth with which they've acquired, some of them are really young. You know,
yeah,
like a
yeah,
Badiashile. Santos is a fetus. You know, Fofana, he's young.
yeah,
Badiashile, you know, Mudric,
yeah,
Madueke,
yeah,
Gusto. He's like 22, I think. Enzo. These are
yeah.
all 23 and under.
Yes,
So,
yes.
you know,
And the team is in the last
it
state of
looks good going
Champions
forward.
League. Our team is in the last state of
Yeah, I mean,
Champions League. I mean,
exactly.
youth team.
Without
Yes.
N'Golo playing either, or Silva. So
Yeah.
it does look good. This coach still has to prove he can turn the ship around, though. However, it's these
There
players.
has been a start. He has to sustain that now.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think Gallagher is part of the long-term project here?
He has got a role. Huh? He's got a role to create panic. So high press and panic, which is basically also like when you looked at Mount, people used to say, "What's he good at?" And people used to say, "Press." Like everybody has to press. This is football basic. But I mean, they do probably do well. But Mount was generally more like very football intelligence, I would say, and with Gallagher, I would say is more how to say physically. Of course, he's stronger, but he's also like he
Yeah.
has found a role in this team, a role
So Bobby Fairview is asking, can someone explain the benefit of these long contracts? Would you like to address it first?
I can do that, but okay. In terms of finance, I can say that for sure. Like if you have a contract, there are risks, long-term contracts, and there are possible rewards as well. The long-term contracts means like you are uh, amortizing these contracts on a 7 year, 8 years. So your per year cost of the contract is lower. So your financial play you are fine with even those costs. And also financially, if you look at this, like in 8 years, normally if you have there are few formulas. I can't remember exactly. It was like the 12 divided by the annual inflation, like it shows how many years the money halves its value. So if somebody is on an 8 year contract, $100 which buy something today, in 8 years you will get that half of that in $100. So basically this I would say is, if you don't take in terms of only financial figures, this is long term in terms of finance is a good deal, as long as the
Very much
players
so.
perform and they do not they become a drag on the salary drag on the club, because if they stop performing and then they are eating up the salary budget. So
So
this is
would
the
you
risk and reward. But
so yeah, would
benefits
you
of if we are looking at the question is only the benefits and not the drawbacks, then of course, like, you do not have to negotiate contract every 3 years, 2 years. So you have more control over the contract of the player. Uh, in case the players become good, then also like you make a profit if you have to sell the player. Depreciation of 15 or 12 million or 10 million every year means also is like if you down the year after 2 years, 3 years, you sell the player, there is still value of the player. So sometimes you can lose money, sometimes you can even gain money. So it's you cannot say
There
it's
is
a
risk. There's risk reward, definitely. I would say
yes.
very briefly, I'd say it's basically the level of depreciation spread along the term of the contract. That's why
Yes.
you do it. So that you basically, because of UEFA installing financial fair play, so a certain amount of percentage has to be, we have to remain under a cap, as they say in America.
Yes.
And to do that, to actually sign someone, you can spread it over the length. The longer the length, the greater the depreciation, which helps Chelsea stay under that financial fair play cap.
Then let me add a few more, and then I will be done
Sure.
also. If you are putting like long-term contracts, you are normally what also should be done, and what Chelsea has done is like these are very young players on very long-term contracts. You will not give Silva 8-year contract. You are giving players like which are 20, 21, like 8-year contracts.
Yes.
So you are aligning the ambitions of the players with the ambitions of the club in the long term. So the player is more focused, like he will have to perform. If he performs, the club performs, and then the relationship is a little bit long term. It's different. And when you are getting young players, they still have to achieve everything in their life. So this will be like a good atmosphere, good, ambitious, motivated team. And these are things like that as well, which are like not very mathematical. You can calculate, but there is a value in that also. Because if you have a young team which is gunning to go for something, it's good for the group as a group.
Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly read some things going out, and as usual, I'm getting crucified here. So the Beautiful Games stating, Roger hosting, he's not just a lawyer, but now he's a judge, jury and executioner. God help us. Indeed, Smithers, indeed. Let the games begin. No, I really appreciate your input. So remember when the goals only came from the defenders? Me neither. So yeah, now the goals are coming from defenders, and that's a good thing. And that's something, Shamira, that I want to see. I want to see goals coming from all over the pitch, whether it's the back four or /5 or the midfield or the forwards. There has to be a contribution. It's a team sport, and now at least you're seeing, like, you have a look at that Koulibaly assist. What a beautiful cross. And what a goal, a volley by two defenders. So that's a good thing. I think that's a very important aspect. It takes the pressure off the forwards. If they don't have to think to themselves, oh my Lord, I'm the only one that can provide a goal here. Once those front three know that everyone else is contributing, that alleviates their pressure to a certain extent, psychologically speaking. So, and exchange photography, I don't know what is missing in CG, because he has strength, he has speed, he can do the dirty when you have a player to do the dirty work. He's positive minded, just needs to work on some clinical finishes. He's a good player. So CG is Conor Gallagher. Yeah, he's an industrious player. I agree with you. Is he the most technical? No, but as we saw when he played for Palace, he was productive. He had like 9-10 goals, give or take, and I think 6 or 7 assists. I forget the numbers. I apologize, but I think he was their player of the year, if I'm not mistaken. So he was very much a productive player, and not just by statistics, but immeasurable, tangible things that you don't do that can't be measured in statistics. Wouldn't you agree, JC?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think,
that's the beauty of football, you know. I mean,
yeah,
it's predictably unpredictable.
yeah, it really is. It really, especially with our coach, it's even more so. Where are we now? Okay, so Real Gem says straight line depreciation, and Blue Cloud Media says I agree with my brother. The long contracts are smart investments, very strategic from the new owner, risky but smart. I don't think any of the new boys will cost the club. Yeah, and I think JC mentioned that. I think that's really important to understand that these very long contracts, 6 to 8+ years, are, yeah, they're very lengthy by traditional sense, but they're not very high-end contracts. They're usually between 50 and 90,000, give or take a few shekels. And I think spread over that length, based on these younger performing people, yes, it is a risk, but it's spread over a certain amount of players. And when you spread that among the more people, then your risk is reduced. That doesn't mean to say that not all of them can help as they can, but I don't think that's the case. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly. Very,
Uh,
very true.
Are you pleased with the acquisitions with which these new owners have made?
Yeah, definitely smart buys, really smart buys, and I don't think they are impulsive buys. Maybe in the summers there definitely were impulsive buys, but then Boehly had just come in, and Tuchel was also after like a period of total chaos in the club, so they really had to, fix the holes just how very somehow quickly, because and then they did have some buys. I think Abumia over on the last day. I mean, why do you buy if you don't play and all
I
that?
can't explain that. That was obviously a.
But overall, still in summer they bought in Fofana, a smart, really smart buy.
Yes.
And this January, really. But if you look at Badiashile, I mean, he was purchased for something like 40 million. He's worth 100 million already, I think.
Yeah,
Easily
it's
100
actually,
to
it was
120
less.
million.
It was Badiashile was 35 million.
Yes, and
For
his market
steal.
value right now should be nowhere near that, And
No, it should be 50 to 70 by today's market at least.
yeah. So that goes on to see, like, they have been smart in doing business, and these are finance people. I mean, if
Yes,
they are
definitely.
they are doing mergers, acquisitions, and the portfolios,
Yeah, they're
managing
looking at this.
portfolios of some 70 billion, so they know what they
Yeah,
how to
they're looking
do
at
the
this
maths of.
acquisition, JC, of this
Yeah.
club as a business. They're running it like an actual business, as if it was a supermarket. They're not doing it as if they're fans like the previous administration did. They're very much looking at it from a fiscal point of view.
Yeah,
Chelsea
but
Blue says
I
Gallagher.
would little bit disagree, because they are also acting like fans for sure. I mean, Boehly is attending every game. Like, you
Yeah,
can
which
see
is
he's
good.
whistling and all that. So I mean, okay, I mean, it's the American way, but he is certainly enjoying it, and he's a new fan maybe, but okay.
Yeah.
So,
No. I'm going to read what let's see who's reading next. Let's go ahead and read Bobby Fairview. Players will not sign a 7-year contract that is not at least inflation adjusted. And that's a good point, actually. Apart from the fact that UEFA closed the amortization loophole, it does not apply to Mount, for example. That's very true, because going forward, we can't apply a contract with amortization anything longer than 5 years. He can
no,
sign a 7-year contract, but the amortization is only across 5 years, if I'm not mistaken.
exactly.
I just want to.
Let me comment on that.
Yeah, go for it.
See, they are a little bit adjusted to inflation. I mean, in a 4-year or 5-year contract, Arsenal
You
was
would hope
giving.
so.
Yeah, because if you look at Mudrik's contract, Arsenal offered 40,000 per week or something like that salary for 4-year contract. Chelsea got a 7.5, 8 years contract for 90,000.
How can you live on 90,000 a week with today's inflation, JC? It's just not possible. I'm joking. They have no sympathy for me,
No,
actually.
but I mean, it just looked like the contract
I know.
length doubled, but they also offered the
Yeah,
double the salary. So it
they're not going to
actually
have to
is
go.
taking into account inflationary and all this.
Yeah, they're not going to have to restrict themselves to baked beans on toast every night. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So, listen, everyone, if you can hit the like button, and if you're new to this channel, if you can subscribe, I assure you, there's a much better host than me usually. I'm just filling in momentarily because our usual host, Coachella, is having some technical problems. And I assure you, you'll be treated to a far more professional, shall we say, presentation, for lack of a better term. So the beautiful game. I haven't even read this prior, but I'm sure it's scathing. We can't have players renegotiating their contracts every 2 years in increments of 100,000 per week. Now, can we? That's a good point. That really is. Obviously, he's accentuating the point as usual, but that's a valid point. I'm not sure how often they would want to renegotiate, but if you have a 5 to 7 year, I would assume that it's probably every 3 to 4 years, based on if their performance has either tremendously improved or gulp, sadly regressed. Listen, I would like to go ahead and talk about some other people. I want to bring up Kovacic, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Listen, he's wearing the armband, the captain's armband right now. And I think he's showing us basically what a player he has been all along since we first got him 3 or 4 years ago on loan from this little unknown team called Real Madrid. They're a feeder club, obviously. They're feeding us players. I'm joking, of course. As soon as I first saw him playing, he exuded class. Does he lack certain physical attributes like speed and strength and so forth and size? Yes, but I think he has a very high IQ, football IQ. His football intelligence, I think, is great. And he turns on the ball. His positives far outreach his negatives, in my opinion. I think he can play for virtually any team in the Premier League and succeed. What do you think?
He would be if Chelsea say they want to sell him or we want to sell him, he can play not only any team in Premier League. Believe me, he will
In Europe.
In Europe, any team will just gobble him up. You
Yes.
name it, Paris Saint-Germain, Bayern Munich, anybody. He's on the market, they will just take him away.
Yeah, he's someone, I think, this is just my personal opinion, I don't believe we can afford to lose him right now, based on the fact we've had such an influx of youth. I believe in 2019 he signed a 5-year contract, so that means he's coming up to, is it next year? Is his last year? Is that the +1? So that's scary,
Yeah.
I think we need to re-sign him. I really do. I just want to read something that DJ has put on. Hello, DJ. How are you, sir? My mate Roger running the stream. Lawyer Roger, how are you, my friend? And what's the jury vote for Mr. Potter? Still in discussions? Yeah, that's funny. Listen, it's way too early. 3 games does not make a season, mate, unfortunately. We're talking about Kovacic right now. Should we extend his contract and keep him? I personally think it will be, I wouldn't say suicidal, but it will be a strategic mistake if we don't, based on the influx of youth. Bobby Fairview is saying Chelsea are forcing even homegrown players to sign long contracts, something that has never been done in football. No one understands the upside, and I fear this more Boehly's ignorance. No, actually, you have players like Gary Neville back in the day was offered a 7-year contract. He stated in an interview this year. It's, believe it or not, it's not as rare as you think. It's not common, don't get me wrong. It's only because Chelsea highlighted it, they were doing consistently across the board with all their new signings that they wanted to do that. Whereas historically, it was done on occasion for a team. And then UEFA had seen that we were actually, this was a game plan, this was a strategy, and that's why they changed it. So, but I see your concern.
You know what I also think is like you cannot limit the contracts by law, and UEFA bringing in this new regulation, I think they made it in a hurry. They were scared, they didn't understand what's going on, but it's against European law.
Yeah, if they take it to
regulating the employment.
If they take it to the High Court, they'll lose. I think you're right.
Yes, and also, I mean, if you look at it after a few years, it's my personal opinion, but I think they will open it up to everybody. because they right now do not understand the upside, and because many people do not understand the upside of it, it's basically giving the power back to the organization's pyramid, back to the clubs, and hence back to UEFA or
Yes.
UEFA, or what you say. Because right now the power was shifting to the players, but it's coming back. But players are also getting their benefit. They are getting stability. They are getting long-term contracts. They do not have to worry about all that stuff. So this is actually
Yes.
not a bad thing. But
No,
I
I
mean,
agree with you. No, I
believe me, there are not many finance guys sitting in those rooms, in UEFA. So they make a major rules,
yes.
and then they start to think, what should we do? And
So
then
so
I
DJ
suppose
is
I have a guess that in 2 years' time this rule will be relaxed.
so DJ brings up a really good point. He states that when Kova scores, it's always a special goal, captain and not lost. Yeah, it's true. Since he's been captain, we haven't lost. He's doing an excellent job. He always does, in my opinion. He's predominantly always plays at a 7 to 7.5 each game. He's Mr. Consistent, and you're right. He scores somewhat infrequently, but when he does, they're usually gorgeous goals. And the 3-4-3 dilemma states we should not sell our captain Kova. He is wanted by Man City, which means he's good. Yeah, usually they don't go after a bunch of Rodgers, do they? They go after the creme de la creme, as they say. They go for the top. I really agree with that. That's a really solid point. I think I think Kova needs to be recognized for what he is, and he's a special player, and he's someone that, listen, we've missed a lot of midfielders, and he's been part of the rotational issue because of his knocks and so forth. But when he's healthy, you can see the quality with which he brings. He's very technical. Most players, it seems from where he comes from, they're very technical players indeed. They really are. They invariably always are taught the basics very well, like your first touch, etc.
Yeah.
And the beautiful game says, I don't want to sell him, but if we did, how much realistically could we get for Kova? That's a good question. Wow, you're actually becoming quite cerebral there. Beautiful game. Wow, thank you. Yeah, that's how much could we get him? Honestly, if Chelsea sold him less than 50 million in today's market, I would be, well, he's only got 1 year left on his contract, so that's an
Yeah.
important factor. But anything less than between 40 and 50, I would be devastated because he's worth that. But
Yeah.
the term of the contract remaining is a key indicator. What do you think?
Yeah. Also, but again, I mean, if it is only 1 year contract, the only thing which could be in our favor is like if there are 4, 5, 6 clubs, they start to bid for
Outbid,
him.
yeah,
Yeah.
it'd be like an auction.
Yeah.
But I personally think because of
We
this,
would really hope. Let's hope he stays, because he's
yes,
football. He is the link between the previous generation, other than Thiago, of course. But yeah,
yes, of course, and yeah, I think he's got, realistically, if he stays healthy, assuming it's a big
yeah,
assumption, but I think he can play for another 2 to 3 years at the highest level. And
minimum.
DJ says, I hope Kova stays, links to Manchester City, Newcastle not going away. Yeah, that's a good point. But you don't know how those, they could be clickbait, but it does seem like they're legitimate links, though, aren't there? And Bobby Fairview is saying, at Chelsea alone, long-term contracts have never worked for us. Kepa is an example. Ouch. That's true. We are going to lose Mount because we are pursuing a policy that makes no sense to anyone. Yeah, I see your point, and I think you're right about Kepa. The first 2 to 3 years, he was looking like a bust, but you must admit he's had some important games for Chelsea, especially in, was it the semi-final of the World Club Cup, and this season he's
He's
shown
improved.
how important. I think he's starting Premier League starting quality goalkeeper. Do I think he has some flaws? Yes, but you can say that if you have a look at week in, week out, the top goalkeepers this season, they're all making faux pas, and
Yeah.
he seldom does. I think he's just as good. His saving percentage, I think, reinforces that. I watch that position more than most, and I think he's an outstanding keeper. And I would want him to. I would be very happy if he's our number one keeper next year, for instance. assuming he maintains this level of excellence, and he's more consistent. This is my opinion. And Eugene Notti is saying Kova misses constantly all season. That's his problem. You mean he misses scoring, or he misses games? I've actually never paid attention to how often he's available. What do you think, JC? Does he miss a lot?
He was like not being selected in the team for some time.
Yeah,
it was like Ruben Loftus-Cheek and together with Jorginho, or who was it? Because Potter was not picking him up. Then later on, he was making changes and bringing him in, like Manchester.
I think he had a knee knock. Remember, he had something to do with his knee, and he was playing while he's injured.
Then Potter said, like, yeah, we are managing his knee or something. And then he was also waiting for, I think, for the World Cup, because he really wanted to play in the World Cup.
Yeah.
And after he came back, like he went for the treatment, and now he's fit. And
I heard that in the World Cup he was having pain injections prior to each game in the World Cup.
Yes.
He's a warrior, but that's to our detriment, of course. But you have to respect a player that wants to play for his or her nation. So I get it. And Shamiri is saying Kovacic makes runs into the opposition like a box-to-box midfielder. Yeah, that's true. That's a really good point. You see more of that fluidity from him. I don't think I've seen Kovacic make these sort of runs before. Yeah, I think I did, but I think that's a really good observation. I think he's making more of them now. And I'm not sure if that's because he's got a different partner in there, or he's instructed to do so more. It could be the coaching changes. And the beautiful game says, "Do not patronize me, Mr. Hot Seat Big Shot." Oh, that's a yellow card. What do you think, JC?
No.
I'm thinking contempt of court at least. always the humorous one, Albin. Always knocks me down to reality. Coach is probably taking a lot of migraine pills right now listening to us. Poor chap. He's like, my viewing I built up for last years. I've got so many subscribers. They're going to lose them overnight. Poor chap.
Yeah.
The beautiful game is saying, I'm dangerously close to reneging on my pact to slander Roger. He's a sitting duck up there. So tempting. I am. It's like I'm on top of the tank with no bulletproof jacket on. That's a heat-seeking missile. I get it. So Exchange Photography is saying, speaking about Kova, now let us speak about confidence and comfort in the game. No wonder his name's first two letters start with CO. Ooh, very good. It's actually KO, but yeah, I get it. Got it. No, listen, when I see him on the pitch, what do you think, JC? There's a huge level of comfort when I see him on the ball.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe was like Klopp. I think last season said like Marco, they were saying like Chelsea is a little bit like restructuring or something like that. And then he said, "Have you seen Kova driving with the ball in a Ferrari on the game?"
Yeah.
You try to stop him, and he's like driving a Ferrari with a ball. So he says that these are very serious players. I mean, you don't underestimate them.
Yeah, no.
And then every time I look at him, and I remember those Klopp's sentences. Yeah, he drives the ball forward.
He really does. It's just defensively. Actually, when he's trying to chase someone from behind, he just doesn't have the speed. But when the player is in front of him, his sliding tackles are quite good, actually, and he's not a dirty player. He has
but you don't often see him like chasing players, because he seldom like
no.
His positioning is quite good. He hardly ever loses that.
True, because he can't rely on his speed. He's got the intelligence to read the game.
Yeah.
And Alex is saying Kudia Kona is coming. Who's that? Kudia Kona. Who's that? Sorry, I'm not sure who you're talking about there. Kova misses good performances in all seasons, 30 to 40%. His games are good, others not so much. And this is like every season.
I would disagree that.
I don't know about 30 or 40, but I think he's quite consistent, considering A, his age, and B, the physicality of this league and his age.
I rarely see him not performing. I mean, to be
Yeah,
honest.
and he plays hurt too. But I get your point. I don't know. I value him.
Eugene, here's the thing. I would love to have his take on it, because in Croatia, the superstar is obviously Luka Modric. Huh?
Yes,
And
of
Goa
course.
has been always in the shadow. so,
Yeah.
I do not know why, but of course, Eugene is pretty strict on him. But like, give the guy a break. He has to live in the shadow of Modric for most of his career. So
And don't forget, he came from Real Madrid.
yeah.
Real Madrid do not buy bums. They just simply don't.
And Eugene, I understand, like, your expectations would be to be like another
Sure.
Modric, which of course, I mean, Modric is Modric.
Yes.
But Kova is not that bad. He's a really good player.
Yeah. No, I get it. Let's have a look here. Let's see where else we are. We're going to go to Ruben Loftus-Cheek shortly, but let's just finish up on Kovacic. And Warren Bishop is stating Kovacic has a history of being injured too often than being on the field playing. That's why he will be sold come this summer. Yeah, I mean, that I respect your opinion. I don't see it in that light, perhaps. I think he's far more valuable to us than going to even an overseas team, and especially another English or Welsh team here. I think he adds so much to this team in many facets, his leadership on and off the field. But I get and I respect your point of view. And then Shamir is saying, even if he's injury prone, he could be a great sub option. That's a really good point too. Rotation, don't forget. I'd rather see him come on than Loftus-Cheek in the midfield. Yeah, because Ruben Loftus-Cheek, that is not his desired position per se. He's more of a number 8 going forward than he is in that regard as a deeper lying midfielder. And I get that. I think that's an accurate observation. What do you think, JC?
Yeah.
I think
I
that's
really hope Loftus-Cheek should not be playing in the pivot role. He is more a winger, a right winger.
sure.
If you look at even in right wing, like if he's in a wing back, then Loftus-Cheek is not really a defender. Huh? So the only place where I see Loftus-Cheek really doing well is right wing.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, listen, and I think going forward also, I think if you notice the last game where he's going down the sideline and he gets pulled back and the chap gets a yellow card for that, it's because he has so much strength and speed for his size. And he's got ball skills for a person of that size. He's quite technical, with the ball. I just want to quickly finish up on Modric. Eugene says yes, Modric, and he says Modric is Modric, extra class, and I think that's fair to say. Modric is on a class all by himself, but I still rate Kova a lot. So, but Ruben, would you like to speak about Ruben? Tell me what you think of him. A, with his contract, and B, with his playing ability, please.
He's a decent player, I would say. But he's a winger, or a midfielder, like attacking midfielder.
Yeah,
We've been using him as a defensive midfielder, like that's the wrong place. And he does not read so much the game. I think he is more like driving forward, dribbling, and taking the ball, moving forward, and crosses and things like that. That is to him. But if you ask him to run a game, like manage the game, or be defensive, that's not the correct way to use him. But he's a good player with good technical skills and good physicality. You can't argue with that, definitely.
I think he's been playing out of position a lot, and I think he's a bit like James Milner for Liverpool, a utility player, and that could be to his detriment that he's so versatile to a certain extent. But I value him. I really do. I think, and Bobby's right. Bobby is right. This chap seriously should be appreciated more, because what would he have done without him this year? We would be in serious dilemma without him. I think he's added a lot to our team. Martin is saying Kova's injury record is a big concern. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say a big concern, but it is a concern. I get it. If we have an ideal young and fit long-term replacement, then we should cash in. I trust Vivel on the decision either way. Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think it's not up to the coach. I mean, he does have some input, and it's not up to the owners per se. It's the director of footballs like Win Stanley and Vivel. That's a really good point, because we haven't really mentioned them that much, and they are the people that these decisions will probably fall on their table.
They are on top of the situation. We can only guess from here.
Yes, I think they value the input from the coaching staff, from a player's respective position, and the head coach.
Yeah.
And obviously the owners to a certain extent, because the board has to write the check, remember. But I think Martin's right. I think the decision does fall on their desk more than any. They're the people that I think have the final decision, or at least they should do in a business structure. I believe so. So that's a really good point for going back to Kova. But when we're talking about the gentleman on the screen, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, Bobby, I have to agree with him yet again. I think this chap is a valuable asset. I think we would have been worse off without him by far this year. I think when we haven't really seen him consistently play that far advanced because of the injuries with which we've received, and to his detriment, alas. But I think if he's given a chance to operate going forward, I think we saw it in one or two games. I can't remember, Coach, which game you were talking about. Was it the Wolves game or someone? But he was just amazing. And when he does go forward sporadically, you see the physicality and the skills with which he possesses. And his crosses are good too. I like his crosses. He's a good header of the ball. I think he's an all-round solid player. Is he world-class? No. But I think he's someone that Chelsea cannot afford to lose. I think each team needs a James Milner, needs a rotational, needs depth, and he's a graduate player. He comes from Cobham. What do you think, JC?
I just would like to ask you here a question. We have on the right side, on the wings, we have Malo Gusto, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Gusto. Yeah, he's coming. Yeah,
he's coming. Then we have Gallagher now playing at that place. Gallagher. Yeah. And then now we have Ruben Loftus-Cheek. We have Reece James. We have Chilwell. So out of all these,
well, he's truly a number 8. He's really a number.
Stays? I mean, certainly not everybody can stay there. Huh?
No. But yeah, that's a very good point. So he's going to add depth, because I think Aspie is probably going to leave. I think there's a strong possibility. I'm not saying it's a slam dunk, but there's a possibility. And I think Ruben falls back to his number 8 slot, where you have a Gallagher, a Mount, a Chukwuemeka. So will we have spaces for him? I'm not sure, because you're right. We have added quite a few people. Maybe
Madueke as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So, well, I'm just really referring to number 8. Madueke is more the front line. Yeah. But I see your point. So, well, we have to ask the audience: would you like to see him stay, or do you value Ruben as a player for at least depth, or do you think it's time that he leaves? Is it best for his own? Let's be honest here. We're being selfish as Chelsea fans, or at least I am. But would it be in his best interest as an individual for him to progress and excel with another club, as opposed to being, a utility chap? I mean, that's something that we need to address. And KF says, sell him tomorrow. I'm assuming you're talking about Ruben, him being Ruben. That's a bit harsh, old Bean. Ouch. But okay. So Alex is saying, Christopher Vivel is desperate to sign Coney this summer. Scouts have been in Germany to keep an eye on him. PSG are also keen on him. I apologize, Alex. I didn't know who that person was. So thank you very much for updating us. And Martin is saying Ruben Loftus-Cheek is the ideal squad player. I totally agree. Good qualities and mentality. Staying fit is a bit of concern, but it's calm. Yeah, no, I think that's a really good summation there. Martin, well done, sir. Thank you. I have to agree. What do you think, JC? I think he condensed it very well. We wouldn't make a lot from selling him. Yeah. How much could Ruben go for? What do you think?
I have no idea because there are few sites which make like player valuations depending on the current market, and they
Yeah.
give a general indication. But really have to see. He's been a regular starter this season, so
Yes.
I would say he would, and he's a homegrown player, so he will command something reasonable.
2030? Because he doesn't have
Yeah,
much left on his contract, does he?
yeah.
And the 3-4-3 dilemma is saying, where will he progress? Fulham, LOL. Ouch. That's cold. That's but RLC's
But
best bet is
he's,
to
I
stay
think,
with
not
us.
anymore in that bracket of like young upcoming players anymore.
Yeah,
Huh?
he's in his prime. He's entering his prime, isn't he? Yeah,
Yes.
so he says it's best for him to stay with us where he's valued at a squad level. That's a good point. That's true. I mean, he could
But
go.
we already have like so that's why we asked the question. We have so many new players coming in and so many already players. So will he really get a team time, play
Well,
time in the team?
based on our injury statistics, I think he's going to get loads of time. We seriously have to address the medical issues that we've experienced the last couple of seasons. Something's not right. I know it's probably because we played 63 games last year. Because you have a look at Liverpool, they also experienced this high level of injury. But
Yeah.
this is not the norm to have 11 players in the squad to be injured out. So yeah. But I mean, you're right. What happens if we do stay healthy next year? And I hope we do. Don't get me wrong. You're right. Where does he fit? That's
If there is no Europe, there won't be any games as well.
yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be number 5 or 6, so we can get in Europa. That should be our main priority, in my opinion. So
I think Chelsea might get into Europe. I'm not so sure about. I'm pretty sure like Champions League is a little bit too late because to be getting into top 4, Chelsea must win at least 10, if not 11 games out of remaining 12. Then we are in. Then we are in Europe. Then we are in top 4, definitely. Because if you look only last 10 years or like last 10 years, you need 70 points to make top 4. There have been a few seasons when like 66, 67 has made top 4. There have been a few seasons.
We'd have to win every game. It's possible, but it's highly unlikely.
See, it's very interesting. Like in Champions League, you have like if you want to, if any playing team in the last 8 has to win Champions League, they have to win 3 out of 5 games.
Yeah.
Okay, and those 2 losses should not be bigger than the 2 wins. So you end up like playing 8 games, but you have to win. 5 games, but you have to win 3 out of them. And if you have to go to top 4 in Chelsea's position, you have to win 11 out of 12. If not, 10 out of 12. If it is 10 out of 12, it's the same average.
Right.
Almost more or less. But it's more tough. But also you can also make an argument like, okay, this is in Champions League you have the top 8 clubs of the Europe, but here you are having 12 games where there are also easier games. But looking at our season, like Chelsea has been playing, I mean, no game is easy game. Huh? Every game is a tough game.
There's no such thing.
Hardly winning any games.
JC, just hold on one second. Let me read what Akbar has to say. He says, sell Mount, Loftus-Cheek and Gallagher or loan them. Wow, and then what do we do for depth? It's possible we could sell or loan them out. I don't think Ruben would want to be loaned out anymore. I think he's past that stage. I think Gallagher, that's a possibility. Mount is definitely a possibility that he gets sold. But to actually to do all three, don't forget we have to have a quota of English players, shall we say, homegrown as it's called, I believe technically. So that's something we can't.
We will have Luis Hall, we will have Colville, we will.
Yeah, they're all English players that are homegrown, so we need to keep some. And the beautiful game says, I like him, but he's taking up space and wages. He's so anonymous. Boehly's accountant hasn't even seen him. Oh, ouch. Come on, that's kind of cold. Ruben's not that anonymous. Oh, man. That's so harsh. 343 Dilemma is saying, with Ruben, his untested role is playing at right cornerback. That would complete his right side versatility. I mean, yes and no. I mean, he does play quite well there. Obviously, he's not your prototypical right cornerback, but right centre back, sorry, but I'm thinking of NFL, right centre back. But no, I get it. I think traditionally he's been a number 8 going forward, but I think he's done well considering, it's not his natural position per se. I think we need to give him kudos. And Eugene is saying Enzo, Kanti, Kova, Santos, Zakaria, and one more in summer. We don't need Mount, Ruben, and Gallagher. Well, that's actually a good point. But hold on. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And Santos is very young. So you've got 5. So that's 4. But you need, if you're going to have, you need about 6 to 7, believe it or not. But I get what you're saying. We could sell them, but would we? I don't know. And then Martin is saying we need to sort out other areas and sell other players before discussing about Ruben. And Bobby is saying, sell this, sell that, boring and short-sighted. Bobby, very ambiguous. Tell me what you really feel. It's true. It's like when you say we need to sell them, but you have to understand what Bobby's saying is like, sell them at what consequence? You have to understand that just by selling or buying a player, there's a knock-on effect, both on the field and off the field, in the locker room, as a team, as a squad, and also the depth. God forbid if we're depleted again, now what do we do? Then you'll come back and say, why did we sell that player? We needed him this season. So I get what Bobby's saying. And it's as usual, Bobby is normally 99.9% always right. And it's usually when he's talking against me that he's always right. So he's a very logical and observant individual, is our Bobby. So he is. And DJ is saying, I remember we had the same situation with De Bruyne and Salah. Oh, yeah. Remember those little obscure players? Fans were saying both players were as waste of time and to get rid of them. Look what mistakes they were, as they have proved it. And that's a really good point, DJ. As usual, big up DJ, as they say. That's valid. We can't, we not every player can be a Pele, but not every player can be a Roger either, And Shamir is saying Loftus-Cheek doesn't have the dog in him. Oh, that's a slam. Shows zero aggression and usually seems like he's being held hostage based on his negative body language. His defending is also really suspect. I'm not sure whether I agree with that analysis, but I respect your opinion.
It's not bad. The defending is not bad. I mean,
no, it's not bad.
No, Reece James, of course, but
yeah, of course.
But he's not bad.
Yeah, and his body language, I don't see it as negative. At least I've never noticed it, shall we say? But maybe I should pay more attention. But I don't get that impression, and I'm pretty sure neither does the coaching staff and other players. Listen, it's an opinion and it's a perspective, and we have to respect that. And I understand where you're coming from. So, what else is there? I honestly, I think he's hustles. I think, yes, he's not the greatest defensive player, but it's not what he was trained as all his career. He was a more forward progressing midfielder. Wouldn't you say so? So yeah. I think he's done well to adapt. It's hard. It's like the equivalent of if you take, let's say, a centre back and try to have them as a striker. It's a conversion that's hard to to undertake. And DJ is saying we must be careful what we ask for when saying getting rid of Mason Mount and Gallagher. Yeah, I mean that's a valid point, DJ. That's very valid.
Roger, I have a question to you. Maybe you can. I mean, if you look at our academy players, I mean, nearly all of them. So they technically they are very good. Like Gallagher, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, and but the reading of the game and managing games.
Sure.
This is not the highest point. I mean, if you look at like Real Madrid or Barcelona,
that comes with time.
They manage the tempo of the game, and in a moment they will just an attack and score a goal. Otherwise, they are managing it, controlling the game. I mean, they know without having to look where each team member is. Now, is it coaching or is it the players?
I think it's a combination of both.
This is more with our academy players, even more so.
I agree with you on that. I think probably it lends more, shall we say, responsibility to the coaching staff and coming from the academy. And I think that could be a cultural thing or lack of technical awareness. I think that's a very valid observation. But how many other teams can you say that for, though? You can say that for virtually every other team in every other league. Real Madrid is the exception, not the rule. That's the only thing that I would say concerning that. But that's a valid point, though. But I also think it comes with experience, and they invariably play a lot of experienced players for the most part. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And they bleed in their new players, slowly. I mean, look at their midfield, for instance. But yeah, DJ, I agree with you. I think we should be careful what we ask for. We really should, because if we do sell both of those players, we will miss them, I assure you, and it will be to our detriment. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
But DJ, what I would like to add here is, it's not like Chelsea club or somebody is getting rid of them. It's like a negotiation process, and sometimes you agree, and sometimes you agree to disagree. So in case of Mason Mount, I think it is not going to be like somebody is going to get rid of him. Like it will be like both parties will agree to disagree. If it will be like too much of financial disagreements, and then might happen that they leave. But it is not like somebody that they are being getting rid of, or they are being disloyal to Chelsea. This is business at the end of the day, and this is their bread and butter as well. So they have a very short span of career, and they have to take care of their career first. Emotions come later on.
Yeah. And Jamira is saying, I don't think he's as good as Salah and De Bruyne.
Roger, just quickly, how's my sound now, Roger?
It sounds much better, sir. I'm really sorry your subscription's gone down to like 7.
But you go ahead. You can also bring Bobby in. He's waiting to give his 2 cents.
Bobby, give me 3 cents inflation, coach. 3 cents.
Coach, I will vacate the space then for Bobby. And thank you for the time. And
absolute pleasure, sir, talking with you always.
I'm not chasing you out, whoever that is. I'm not.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Bobby. I think it would be good to have your point of view, because I see you have also very logical points, which were especially regarding the long contracts. Would like to hear your take as well. So I will go in the audience seats and now have a look at the other perspective, your perspective, which would be interesting to see. So you go ahead, sir. Mic is yours.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how welcoming and logical it will be this time. I just find, all this, get rid of this, get rid of that. I'm bored with it now. It's very short-sighted, very uninsightful, and it doesn't make any sense. I mean, we have a homegrown, club-grown quota to fill outside of Reece James and Chalobah. Certainly Gallagher falls in that bracket. Certainly Ruben Loftus-Cheek falls in that bracket. I think he's a very valuable utility player. The issue with Mason Mount is the only one I can sort of understand. If he's not prepared to sign a contract, then it might be worth cashing in. But anything else is just crazy. I just think we have members of the fan base that don't think.
Well, he's
They get-
Marmite, isn't he?
Yeah, well, who, Mason or the others?
Mason.
Well,
Mason.
Mason is a different thing. If he doesn't want to sign a contract, or if he wants to sign what I call a sub amortized contract,
Right.
in that he wants the same money as Reece James for fewer years, it doesn't make any financial sense to the club. Now, is he invaluable? Probably, but will he fetch a lot of money? Well, he should do. If he's really that precious, then other clubs will be ready to pay him the wages he demands. Now, who can do that? Is that Liverpool? Possibly. Is that Man United? Definitely, but will he be a constant starter? Is that Man City? Not advisable with all the financial issues they're facing. Going around throwing cash at players is not really going to help their cause. So I don't think he's in as strong a position as he would like to believe. Is his father getting in the way? I don't understand why the geezer has to be dropping tweets and placing Mason Mount more and more in an uncomfortable position with his employees. This is the problem when you have a parent being your agent. They come with their own emotions. Every parent thinks that the sun shines out of the backside of their children, and they over negotiate. There has to be some leverage here. There has to be some leeway. And that's all. Will he fetch some good money? Absolutely. Is it worth cashing in? Well, I love Mason Mount, but if he doesn't want to sign, he should go. It's as simple as that. And let's earn some money rather than lose some money. Conor Gallagher is a different thing. I think Conor has earned his chance. He's improving. The more settled the team is, the better Conor Gallagher will be, and the better we'll be able to use him. Ruben Loftus-Cheek is absolute stupidity to get rid of a utility player who doesn't mind becoming that utility player. He doesn't mind coming off the bench. He is a Chelsea homegrown. He's Chelsea through and through. What is the point? What is wrong with these people? You need these sorts of players in a team.
He's a consummate professional.
Exactly. You need it. We're trying to build a team, not a load of individuals. And, he's a guy who'll sit on the bench. He won't complain. He'll come on. You play him right back. He won't complain. You play him centre back. He doesn't complain. You play him midfield. He doesn't complain. All he wants to be is fit and ready to play. I mean, I don't get it. I know, without Champions League football, we will need to sell some players. But hey, look, there are loads of players. There's Josias who needs to go. There's Mendy, who apparently doesn't want to sign a new contract. Okay, bye. There's Aubameyang, who needs to go. I would rather get rid of Pulisic before Mount, to be honest. If he's not happy, maybe we can do a deal there. There are other players. There are many other players. Aspilicueta, I think, has come really to the end of his career at Chelsea.
Yeah.
Wonderful servant, but he can go off the wage bill. We don't need him as such. Even Thiago Silva, he's not going to be playing the number of games he played this season, next season. That creates the opportunity for Levi Colwill, who I think is probably an economically more viable player than going after Vardiol. If we must do that, then
I think Silva will stay, but I
for
think
sure he'll stay.
Yeah, but I'm talking about he won't be as integral to the team as a starter. Yeah.
He can't be used as much. We've got
Well,
younger players to come in. He's there for that purpose, just to back up a bit more. Ian Maatsen is the conundrum, though. He's the real conundrum because it makes no sense getting rid of Ben Chilwell. I personally think Ben Chilwell owes Chelsea. He hasn't been fit for a lot of his contract. He needs to give us a full season. You know, these players, we need a full season out of him. Why send him away to give someone else a full season? Doesn't make sense. You know, him is, you know, now there's a bit of an overload because Cucurella is now playing well. What do we do with Maatsen? Good question. Personally, I would try, and although his contract is coming up as well, I would try and talk to the lad. I don't know really how good he is. Can he push either a informed Chilwell or Cucurella? I don't know. I really don't. I haven't watched that much of him. Can we fit him into the squad? Well, it depends. It really depends. Should we consider it? Yes. Should we consider another loan for him? Yes, until Silva.
Probably.
You know, if we can sign him up, loan him again one more time, then get him in, because our focus should be getting Colwill in. Now, if we're going to go all out for Vardio, if we're sure of getting Vardio, then it will mean selling Colwill, but I don't think that's a wise move at all.
No,
So that's just my
financially
take.
it doesn't make sense.
No, that's just my take. I don't know. All the sell merchants, I'm sorry.
Bobby, if you can hear me just quickly, I wanted to ask you a question. Can you hear me now? I don't know how my sound is.
Yes.
Is it
Yes,
better?
I can hear you.
Excellent. I'm practically using 3 systems at the same time.
Welcome back, Coach.
So Bobby, the question I want to ask is this: one is carrying the camera and one is carrying the audio, but it works. What I want to ask you is this: given that the new owners, they've restructured the contract structure, not necessarily with the long-term aspect of it, but there are other aspects like performance related
contract.
Yeah, exactly. So when you think that that's going to be a problem in terms of getting a Chilwell to put pen to paper for a new contract, even the duration of the contract, even if we're not able to still do 6-7 years, it's a problem. And how much they have to be paying, they have to offer Chilwell before he accepts it, to me is also a huge problem. And if they give him that, we have a lot of players who are basically, they're all uniformly has 1 year left on their respective contracts. So given getting Chilwell to extend becomes an issue, where do you think that leaves the club? Did you get my question, Bobby, or you're not there?
No, I'm here. Sorry, what is it?
I'm asking now. They've restructured. You heard that part where I talked about the construct of the contract has changed.
Okay.
Even looking beyond the duration that they give 6-7 years and all that. But once it comes to Ben Chilwell, he's already on 190, which means he'd be looking to get something around 250 to 300, of which you can argue he can get that somewhere else if he leaves Chelsea. So now that leaves us in a serious dilemma, in the sense that if you give him something close to, given something within let's say 200, 250, 300, you're creating a problem, because a lot of the players we have right now are all uniformly on a year contract. They have just about a year left on their respective contracts. So my question is, given Chilwell what he's asking for, what he probably will be asking for, because he's a fine player, and given the rumors that Man City are genuinely interested in him. Sorry?
How much of his contract is left?
About a year, about 2 years or so.
Okay, I think it's probably about 2 years. And
you talk about Conor?
Sorry?
No, we're talking about Chilwell.
Oh, Chilwell.
I wouldn't fear it. I'll go in and negotiate. I'll tell him, look, we've got a whole new financial structure, because he was actually employed by the former management. And I'll tell him, look, this is our structure. It's all performance-based. Now, not being in the Champions League will not help. And they are a part of that. Whose fault is that? He was out injured and he wasn't there to help us get there. Now, if he's going to be in the club, we can't be playing people for not being on the pitch. Now, he may turn around and say, well, injury is not his fault. And he has a point there. But the fact is, if you look at his record at Chelsea, he has been injured an awful lot. He needs to now give us some playing time. If he feels okay, he can get a better deal with Man City, well then so be it. If Maatsen, it all depends on how good or reliable Maatsen is. If Maatsen is more reliable, then fine. I'm not really going to. I don't think the club should be held to ransom by some of these players. I think Chilwell is a wonderful player when he's on form and when he's fit. Of course he is. He's shown us that in the past couple of games. But it has just been the past couple of games. There have been many games he's missed, and that's what upsets me. We'll be further up the table if he hadn't missed all those games. He'll say, well, it's not his fault. He didn't want to get injured. And that's very true. But, what do you want the club to do? He has to be paid for his performances, not for sitting on the bench, or in the injury table. I think we have to be very wise with this. We've still got 2 years. We can run him down to the last year of his contract and see if by then we're back in the Champions League and can put on a better deal. That's my opinion. I wouldn't rush to get rid of him, not at all. Especially
got 3 years. Chilwell has 3 years left, no?
Oh, well, then what are we talking about? If it's 3 years, even less to talk about, isn't it? If he has 3 years left on his contract, what are we talking
in 2020,
Chilwell has 2.
So I have written down in 2020 he signed a 5-year contract.
He did.
So it expires in 2025.
5, yeah. So all the. I think sometimes we spread these stories because do you know what I think a lot of this Chilwell to Man City is coming from? I think the media have clocked onto the fact that Chelsea are going to make a move for Julian Alvarez. I think they will. I think they should.
Really?
Yes. Rattle them. Go for that geezer. If that geezer knows Chelsea are coming for him, he's going to want to come to Chelsea. That's why City are trying to give him a big contract. They're trying to see if they can, tempt him with money, because all we have to do is say, listen, we're interested. Of course he's going to want to come. Why is he going to stay there and play behind Haaland? And so they're saying, okay, let's go for Ben Chilwell. Nonsense. Go for Julian Alvarez. He will come to Chelsea. I know he's got contract with City, but if he shows himself to be unhappy and starts kicking off, Pep doesn't suffer fools. He's not going to take that. He's going to let him go. Although the only thing is that they'll want they'll want a king's ransom for him. That's what this is about. They know we're sniffing Alvarez big time, and so we should.
So, Bobby, just to ask you quickly. So, you think the new owners they'd be able to get Ben Chilwell to put pen to paper for a new contract?
I don't think the discussion's to be had this summer, is it?
No, but even at that, if the interest from Man City, if the interest is genuine as reported, wouldn't you be concerned?
No, because he's contracted to us.
His contract expires in 2025, so he's about 2 years left on his contract.
2025 to 2026, coach.
That's
3 years.
There's an option to extend.
Well, so we bought him in 2020 to 2021. It's a 5-year contract, which means it expires in 2025 to 2026.
The fact is, coach, it doesn't matter if Man City are interested in him.
If I'm not mistaken,
he's contracted to us, we don't have to sell him. Or if we sell him, then they pay 200 million. We can do whatever we like.
Answer this. No, I get where you're coming from, but I'm looking at it from all the perspective. For instance, can you look at it from the perspective, the fact that he's on 190 already? When you think that would be an issue with the new owners and the fact they've changed the construct of the contract they offer to players, that's a problem, and that's probably why those that are writing those articles are picking him as one of those that may well leave the club in the summer because he's on a high wage, 190 already. So a new contract, he'll be seeking something more than 200 plus. Which do you think the new owners would do? Well, that's where the question lies. Plus, another situation that is tied to it is that if they offer him a new contract, Maatsen will be reluctant to sign a new one. Plus, even now that he hasn't signed a new one, given that he still has 2 years left on his contract, Maatsen will still be reluctant to sign a new one, given that he's not sure of a place in the team. If that makes sense.
Coach, this is what I call giving yourself a headache when you don't really need to. You know, it makes no sense. This guy, I'm not saying it to you directly, I'm just saying it in general.
No, but I get it. I
You
like
know,
that. I like
this
it.
guy,
That's the sort of discussion. Yeah.
you know, he has a current contract for 190 a week. Well, you can't do anything about that. He's not going to lose his money. Now, are you negotiating a new contract with Ben Chilwell this summer? No, you don't have to. You can next summer, perhaps, or next season sometime, perhaps. But between now and then, you probably can have more mileage on Ian Maatsen, a new contract with Ian Maatsen, and more decision-making time. Now, by the time a new contract negotiation comes around with Ben Chilwell, hopefully we'll be looking to get back in the Champions League and looking to be able to add more incentives to whatever's on offer. And then you take it from there. And if he does insist that still he wants to leave because Man City want to give him 250k a week or whatever it is, then you let him go and bring in Maatsen. But at this current point in time, I don't think it's an issue. And I don't think we should be worrying about it. We've got other players to sell. We've got other contracts to deal with. In my opinion, they'll be silly to be panicking over something that you don't need to panic about. Isn't it? I mean, talk to me.
Yeah, good argument. But here's the thing. It has happened to us on so many occasions. I think it's also a risk. As soon as possible, extend the player's contract. That's how we usually do. Once the player has about 2 years left on their contract, we usually try to extend their contract that point, because once it's less than 2 years, it's a problem. The players will start realizing, if I get to leave as a free agent, I get a sign-on fee and all that, and there's a chance another club will pay me more money. So that's where I'm seeing it from. And plus the situation of Ian Maatsen, in his case, like we talked before you joined us, Bobby, Ben Chilwell's case isn't as simple as most people think it is. It is complicated. Plus the emergence of Ian Maatsen makes it even more complicated. But I get where you're coming from. DJ, your thoughts, since we are on Ben Chilwell, and I want to specifically get, go ahead, Ben, DJ.
Hey, hi guys. How you guys doing? You all good? Big up to you all, by the way.
Pleasure.
Yeah, big up to you too.
Yeah, no, listen, I'm just listening to everything you guys have been discussing, and everything Bobby's just echoed out is true. With Ben Chilwell, I was just actually looking as well on the thing. He has got 3 years left of his contract. So for me, in that kind of situation, I don't think we really need to negotiate with him now. I think all it is wait till next season and see where it goes from there. I hope he can stay on. But then again, if he's not going to accept the terms and conditions of a new contract, and if Man City are going to come out and say, okay, if they want him that badly, and they're often willing to give him more money, okay, give him more money, but as long as we get a good price for him. That's how I look at the situation. I don't want to see him personally go, for me personally, because I think he's obviously, I think when he's back to full fitness, I think he's probably, obviously for me, possibly our best left back at the club, or left wing back. So I hope he doesn't go. But I can also understand the situation with the way the new owners are doing their finances now. So it's a bit of a difficult situation. It's a difficult situation to really assess on. But I hope really, whatever the situation is, he can stay. But again, let's get back into the Champions League, because I personally don't think our only route to the Champions League this season is if we win it this year. And other than that, if we don't win it, we're not going to be in it next season, and we're going to see what all these players are all about, because those who still want Champions League will leave, and those who want to actually stay and help the club to get to that promised land again will stay. So let's see where that all goes. And I hope, being Ben Chilwell, hopefully he'll be one to say, look, I want to get my club back up to the Champions League again and go and challenge next season.
He will be respected forever as a Chelsea legend if he does that.
If he does that,
because he shows loyalty. Any player that's tasted Champions League and decides to stay with you if you miss out of Champions League, respect them. But go ahead with what you're saying.
No, and that's it. And I just want to add on one more thing before I go. Before I, it was about Mason Mount, and I saw a few people in the comments saying that I'm going. I think JC said it on emotional attachment. Mine's nothing to do with emotional attachment with Mason Mount. I always put the club first before my players. That's how I've always been. Yeah, and I'll always be that way. I just think that with Mason Mount's situation is, yes, if he's not, if the club think that they've tried everything they can to negotiate with him, and he doesn't want to stay, he doesn't want the terms and conditions of that contract, then by all means, we have to then maybe look at that situation of moving him on, which I hope cannot happen, but doesn't happen. But the way it's all going, it looks like it's going to happen that way. But if there's a way of just, if they can find come to some kind of middle ground where they can actually say, you know what, we can agree on things and he can stay, I wouldn't be arguing for him to stay. I think it would be great for him to stay. And the same with Conor Gallagher as well. You know, I just, the reason why I said those things about earlier on in the comment section about we got stopping about selling and getting rid of players.
Let's get your honest opinion. I know, again, you make some, you can say, correct points in terms of the importance of keeping those players. And squad depth is important, but at the same time, let's look at the case of Conor Gallagher. How old is he right now?
23.
Yeah.
At 23, he needs to be playing. At any age, a footballer needs to be playing. But when you're still 23, that's when we don't know so much about him. He probably still has more to offer that we don't know. So he needs to be playing more often. And I don't think Chelsea is the place for him to be right now. Not because he's a bad player, because it will actually be detrimental to his development. But unfortunately for us, his case is also not that simple. If you decided to try to send him out on loan again, he would want to leave. Because
coach, you can say that about. But coach, you can say that about virtually every player that is not in the starting 11, because Chelsea or top 4 teams, I know we're not that this year, you need a squad of, especially with the advent of 5 substitutes, you need depth, you need rotation. So we can,
and let me say something quickly, Roger.
Hold on. I just want to say, what you just said, I get it, I respect that, but I can say that conversely about every other non-starting player. So therefore, if we take that logic, we're not going to have any backups. And I use that term deliberately.
That's a different thing altogether. Here's the thing, Roger. And by the way, why I wanted to come in is this. Hold on, I'm coming. If we're talking about Bayern Munich bench, having Conor Gallagher on the bench, we don't have anything close to their bench. I've always argued we need squad depth, but more importantly, I've always argued we need starting players on the bench, not just backups on the bench. If we're saying what we're going to have on the bench will be backups, then if the starting player gets injured, be rest assured we're guaranteed that the quality drops. I'm not saying Gallagher is a bad player. I'm just saying things not being selfish. He needs to be playing more. We don't need the situation where he's part of the Chelsea squad. He gets to play like when the game is at his age. And given the talent he is, he gets to play only when we have like 10 minutes to end the game. That's a different argument altogether. Squad depth argument is a different thing to me. That's how I see it.
So do we say that about Badiashile?
Again, when we talk about squad depth, if he's playing, maybe we'll see him next game and see another player at the next 2 games, then that's fine. But the situation right now, I don't see Gallagher being, he's not even close to being a rotational player. That's my argument. I understand the point. You say that about virtually every player.
A lot of games, 90 minutes. He does.
Yeah.
He's not a player that doesn't play. I'm saying Gallagher is not a player that doesn't
late.
Sorry.
No, you're fine, coach. You're fine.
Right. Go on. I think I interrupted DJ.
No, my question was just going to ask you guys. DJ. I mean, I think my question was, is why is it different? I get our situation, what we're in at the moment, and obviously we're not probably in Manchester City shoes at the moment, you know, of at the moment being at the top of the league and challenging at the moment. However, how I look at the situation is, before this bad season that we've had, we've always been up there challenging every season, right? Yeah. We've had one bad season, and all of a sudden we're now talking about, you know, players to possibly leave and go. We've always had every time from the time I know from when Roman came in to now to the new owners, we've always had squad depth in our team, regardless of whatever situation we're in. So how I look at the situation, the likes of Man City and teams like that can have squad depth, and they can go and check if a player was out injured, another player can come in. Why can't Chelsea be in that same situation? It seems like it's always a different situation for Chelsea, and it is for other football clubs, because we're Chelsea Football Club, and like, we are not allowed to have that squad depth, it seems. I personally think we need the squad depth. I know we're still in the Champions League for this season. Who knows where we might end up in the Premiership? I'm not saying we're going to win, we're going to go in the top 4, However, we still got a team there that can get us top part of table, can still get us into a European place for next season. Whether it's, I know we all say we don't want the Europa Cup, we don't want the Conference Cup. I get that completely. However, if that does still get us to Europe next season, and we do get into those two competitions, which obviously we don't want, if we can't get Champions League, then of course we need to have this. We still need a team, because next season, if we don't get into Europe, we're still fighting on all three. We're still fighting on all three fronts: the Premiership, the Carling Cup, and also the FA Cup. So we still need to have squad depth in our team. Personally, for me, that's what I'm thinking. Saying each time, get rid of these players, get rid of him. This player needs to go here. This player needs to go there. You also need to have those players to come off the bench should a situation occur. If we have a bad injury, you need these players to come in. And I personally think both Mason Mount and Conor Gallagher are more than capable of coming in and playing in the first team. At the moment, no, it's not there for them at the moment because of the way Graham Potter's doing his teams at the moment. But that's another situation.
Coach, if Levi Colwell starts next year predominantly, not all the time, but predominantly, does that mean that it's best if Badiashile goes then? Because he's not progressing. Do you see what I'm saying? You can't say that, Coach.
No. We're not a development team. We are a team looking to win things.
Sure.
And there will be rotation. Chelsea players aren't players that don't get to play football. You don't.
But can I ask you?
Go for it, Coach.
He's cut out. He's making it sound like, they sit on the bench, they only get 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That's not true. Gallagher gets plenty of games.
Let's argue that together. Let me explain myself.
Because you don't see him every Saturday, it doesn't mean to say he's not playing football, Coach.
Go ahead. I think it's from my end still.
Yeah, you're breaking up a lot. He's playing games. I mean, there are many games you see him starting and finishing. It's just that often, especially in the past 2 or 3 games.
Let me say it.
In the past 2 or 3 games, he has come off the bench to play critical roles. This is what happens in top teams, Coach. You get Martiala coming off the bench, even Leroy Sané, all at Bayern. I keep referring to Bayern because I just watched them. Look at Man City. Man City have their 100 million blooming pound. What's his name? Oh gosh, I always forget his name.
The internet.
Haaland.
Is that what you're asking?
Not Haaland. The guy from Villa.
Grealish, Jack Grealish.
Grealish comes off the bench. The other geezer.
That's what trade. It's not stable.
Comes up,
and it's worse. I'm trying to end this soon. I'm going to postpone those starting times still. It's not helping, but I had somebody helping me.
Coach, you're on the mic.
Okay, so go. Yeah, I'm rounding off soon.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, by the way, Coachella.
We can hear you, Coach.
Oh, you guys could hear me? Sorry, I was talking to my wife. Apologies.
No, we can hear you, Coach. We can hear you.
It's fluctuating.
Sorry, buddy.
And no worries. At least I wasn't cursing. But here's.
Oh, is that right? Is that right, Coachella? So now we know what you're doing after you get off there, yeah?
No.
Oh, mate. Now we know, Coachella, brother. You curse. I'm joking, brother.
Here's the thing. It's not my thing. I have to get really
I'm joking.
mad before I do that. Yeah, but here's the thing. I think we're all saying the same thing, and this is actually a delicious debate, but unfortunately the internet has been poor. Here's the thing. I'm saying things from the perspective of Gallagher, for instance. More important, let me use him. He needs more game time to get to the level where even if he stayed on the bench, and I know he's improved, he's become that player we know he can become. Then if he's on the bench, I'll say, he's not a backup. He's a starter, and once he comes on, the quality remains the same. But at this point, we're still even talking about him. For instance, Bobby talks about him being molded into a 6. Some people think he's an 8. There's no certainty as to what he brings to the team right now, except his energy, more importantly.
Coach,
so he needs to be playing. Let me just drop. Bobby, if you don't, go ahead. Yeah, but go ahead.
Gallagher, if you notice, every time he comes on, he's an improvement. He's an improvement in himself and he's an improvement to the team. This shows he's developing. The reason I was talking of maybe seeing if we could convert him to a 6 was that I was looking at the Mikel example and seeing where he can actually be guaranteed of possibly even being overplayed, like Enzo is when a player is a bit too good. That's all. But apart from that, Gallagher is enough. He's getting enough games. What do you want him to play? A team like Chelsea plays often 50, 60 games a season. He's going to get at least 30. He doesn't need more than 20. That's your average
I don't
amount.
think he gets 30. I don't think he even gets the 20 starts. Given if we're going to be keeping all the players we're seeing, if we're being honest, here's the thing. If we're being honest, Bobby, here's my argument. I agree. Squad depth is important. For instance, Loftus-Cheek has reached that level where whenever he comes on, you're short of quality, except those that don't really understand football or just feels like say sell him for the sake of they're not seeing. I don't know what they expect to see of him. Maybe they're not paying attention beyond the results of games to really know what he brings to the team. Gallagher's case is unique. At Chelsea, he's not going to get that many game time. And I'm still arguing the reason why we extended his contract is just to safeguard his value. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course, there's an element of that. But I don't think, I don't think Gallagher will want to go anywhere, number one. And number two, I disagree. I think he is getting enough game time. And I think he will get more game time. I'm tired of seeing all these players at Chelsea. People talk, oh, game time. They go to other clubs and sit on the bench. That has happened so many times. Look at Callum Hudson-Odoi. Oh, Callum, send him away. He needs to play. Crikey, he's been dropped. Doesn't even sit on the bench. I mean, it's better you stay at Chelsea. Look at Gilmore. Oh, Gilmore, he has to play. They drove him out the club. They even sold him. And where is he now? He's not even in the stands after time at Brighton.
I still,
So I don't buy
I
that
still
idea.
think Gilmore, the decision to leave the club was his own. I don't think it was anybody's. Because even Tuchel started trusting him. He played a few high-profile games. I think twice against Manchester City.
I'm not disputing it.
But he wasn't patient enough.
Well, this is it. I'm not disputing it. I'm just using the example. Conor Gallagher is okay where he is. This club goes through so many instances, injuries, suspensions. This is where people like him go and cement their place. Not every player will be fit every time, including Conor. And Conor has been improving. I've seen a stark improvement from Conor Gallagher at the beginning of the season to this stage of the season. Absolutely. And to say, oh, Conor needs to go somewhere and play football, for what? What is he going to go to where? To where? What? Back to Palace and be in mid-table mediocrity? And I can assure you,
are you sure of his development continuing again as he should if he remains at Chelsea? Are you sure of that? Yeah, if you were his agent, would you advise him to stay? Let's see him from that perspective.
Absolutely. I think he'll fulfill his potential both as a player and both in the trophy cabinet. Absolutely. What's he going to? For what?
Roger, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would advise him to stay because I think he is on the up. I think, he's just turned 23. He's 23 years of age and 1 month. And I think his trajectory it's going up. Yeah, yeah, he has. You can see it from a technical perspective and also a football IQ. He's been asked to play in several positions, and you can see that he's capable. In fact, when you look at the last 45 minutes when he came on in the second half against who did we play? Bloody forgot who we played. Who did we just play?
Leicester.
Yeah, Leicester. Thank you. Brain fart. Wow. And so if you have a look, listen, I like Zhao. Don't get me wrong.
Sorry, Roger. Look at what you just said.
Yeah,
It's a brain fart.
Go ahead.
Who am I again?
mate.
Who are you? No, but seriously, I lost the
Roger,
plot.
bruv, Roger, honestly, mate. Oh god, you cracked me up, bruv. Honestly, mate. Honestly.
But seriously, I like Zhao a lot, but he was an improvement when he came on. Gallagher was. He was actually, he didn't just equal Zhao, he actually was an improvement in his productivity and how he applied himself. The amount of tackles he did, the way he energized the game. He's exactly what we needed. Yes, also they made tactical formation changes, which probably was more appropriate for Gallagher. There's also that argument. I grant you that. But he wasn't like an equal or a small drop in performance. He was, if anything, an improvement.
Roger, can I just add this
No,
to
you
what
can't.
you're saying?
Yeah, of course you can, mate.
Look, I am sick and tired of, people always point to the extreme. Oh, what about Kevin De Bruyne and Mo Salah? Yeah, Kevin De Bruyne and Mo Salah are one of those rare players that that managed to, when they left Chelsea, they became absolute ballers. They always had that in them anyway. It was just that they were at the club at the wrong time. There were too many world-class players around them, and we had a very ruthless manager who was just not prepared to play with younger players. And besides, who would you drop? Would you have dropped a De Bruyne back then? Would you have dropped Lampard back then for a De Bruyne?
Well, of course.
Would you have dropped a Drogba back then for Salah? Of course not. So it was the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
They are rare. I am tired of the number of Chelsea players that these fan base have said, go, 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 go. And they go and their career ends up in the graveyard. From Daniel Sturridge to who's the other guy that left? I keep forgetting his name.
Carlton Cole.
He's now
going back to Carlton Cole, Bobby.
Carlton Cole. This guy that's now in Bournemouth, the striker. I've forgotten his name now.
Yeah. He went to Liverpool first.
He went to Liverpool. Yeah,
Liverpool.
He's a big boy. He reminds me of Ruben.
Yeah, so many of them, they move out and that's the end. They end up on the bench somewhere. Their development actually shudders to a halt.
Dominic Solanke.
Yeah,
Dominic
very well done.
Solanke. Yeah, another one. That defender, Jeffrey Bruma. Remember him?
Oh, Jeffrey Bruma. Yes, remember him.
Oh, Bruma shouldn't sit on the bench. He can't. He went, and where is he now? Gone.
Centre back, isn't it, Bobby?
So yeah,
Jeffrey Bruma, centre back. That's what he was, wasn't he?
He was. Yeah. So I don't subscribe to all this. I think Conor Gallagher leaving Chelsea will damage Conor Gallagher. He's progressing. He should challenge himself. And what he's done by saying, right, João Felix, if you want to play, if I come on for you, I will do this better than you. And he might end up benching the likes of João Felix, just like Lampard used to bench all the competition that came his way and ended up being the main man. Why are we stunting these players just for whims? To think he's going to play more games at Palace. He could go back to Palace and they'll bench him there. You never know. So, no, we need to keep him.
But more importantly, we need the quality.
Yes, I'm going to say this quickly, catch up with the chat. And then
Yeah. Sorry, I spoke quite passionately.
I'll come back to the panel once I'm done talking. Just give me 1 second, please. Let me catch up with the chat. I'll come back to the panel again if you guys can hear me. Apologies for how bad the connection is today. You guys should just go ahead, please. I can't handle this. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I believe that... listen, I agree with you, Bobby. I actually think that we need... I think, at the very least, people like Conor Gallagher, Mason Mount, I think they're starting quality depth players, if that makes sense. That's how good I think they are. Most teams would either love to have them come off the bench or have them start for them. I'm talking about out of the 20 teams in the Premier League, I think I can confidently say 17 to 18 will take them. I think that's
definitely
a fair assumption. With the exception of Man City, who has the deepest squad in our league, probably in Europe, I think that you look at United will want Mount, United will want Gallagher. Liverpool in a heartbeat, you know, and these are not, you know, relegation teams we're talking about. The following, shall we say, 6 to 20 will eat them up in a heartbeat. So I think we're fortunate to have this kind of depth. Quality and depth, by the way. Quality is the key word here.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Just quickly, let me catch up with a bit of what we have in the chat quickly. I'll come back to the panel. I'm not going anywhere today, so if you guys want to continue with the conversation, that's fine. Eugene Nutty, I highlighted this because I really want to talk about it. Somebody complained about how he was mentioning nationality. I think it was Blue Blood who was happy. He even messaged me privately. So Blue Blood, if you're watching, he's apologized. That's one thing I like about him. Again, if that came across to you as insulting, he said he's sorry. If that makes sense. My brother IB, big up to you for your patience. I've seen all your stuff in the chat. Just couldn't read it because I have a very bad connection. The light is green right now. Hopefully, I'm sounding okay. I don't know. There's no need for any xenophobic attitude, even if this is self-consciously done. Thank you so much for saying that. That's how we roll here. Please avoid mentioning nationality. I've preached that time and time again. Nobody on the panel does that. We try to avoid that. We're talking about football and football strictly. The only time nationality comes into play is something like talking about the tax, the importance of a player, the homegrown quota, and all that. Please, let's avoid that. Eugene, hopefully you've learned your lessons. IBZ, big up brother. I appreciate you being patient there. If Real can sign him back with Chelsea, can for sure. Yes, we can. I agree. Looking the kind of further down the road. Wow. Okay. Leads to situations like that of Mount. Rudiger Christensen. Now is the correct time to negotiate contract. 3 years left. Like I said, if you left once it gets to 2 years, usually it is problematic because the player in question will start looking at all the options, which it's business for all parties involved. When you work for an organization, you always seek what is best for you, your future, and your family, especially if you have family. Correction. Okay, kicking. Okay, I wasn't sure. Your phone tried to help you spell, but it's not about xenophobic. It's about the objective. But I get it. At least, don't avoid mentioning nationality. Amortization does not apply. Players that do not have a transfer fee. Why is the club forcing long-term contracts on homegrown players? This is a pointless standoff with Mount. I wouldn't call it pointless. It's business for all parties involved. Mount wants what's best for his future and his family. Probably, I don't know if that's the case, doesn't want to be tied down with a 7-6 years contract or so. And the club also don't want a situation where they, you could say they have a new structure in place and then do something differently for Mount. And we have lots of players lined up who are due for a new contract negotiation. What are you going to do if you do something differently for Mount? You're setting a precedent, if that makes sense. Matson and all that. So apologies. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom of the conversation because I haven't read a lot since I was out. From Coach to the panelists, nothing too serious. But I saw your last comment is saying it's serious. But Roger, does this sound better now?
Yes, sir.
Yep, it's gone back. But let me just come. Okay, it sounds better, but it's coming across later, I think.
Yeah, there's a delay.
But that's by the way. Let me see this one here. Most people want Chilwell, Ziyech, Havertz to leave. We don't need to go on a clearance. Havertz isn't going, and I've done that all this while. And my concern, again, my talk about Gallagher's case isn't about necessarily about his playing ability. It's for his own good, his development to continue, because he needs to play more and more. That's a different argument altogether. I get it. I get where Bob is coming from, and a lot of people have tried. For instance, somebody mentioning Thomas Callas in the chat. There are lots of them who left the club for more game time, but end up not getting it anywhere else. And some of them, we don't even hear about them anymore. But in the case of Gallagher, there are no shortage of suitors. I would have loved for him to have at least gone out at least or sell him with a buyback clause. So that's the better option right now, to make sure that the club he goes to have committed something in terms of huge amount of money, and then give them incentive. If he becomes a better player in a year or two, if we want to buy him, we'll pay this amount, a fixed amount, and take him back. That way his development is guaranteed. But at Chelsea, I still have my argument. I know he's a fine player. I'm not those who question his technical ability. I know where he lacks, but with time, he can actually improve and become better. But it's hard to explain my stance, maybe. Most people want Chilwell. Well, if you don't understand football, you want Chilwell gone. We just looked at this situation from the length amount, again, the length of what he has remaining on his contract, and we did factor on decision. What's his name, Ian Martin, into our decision, and the fact that the rumors are there's genuine interest from Pep Guardiola and all that. We're not just saying sell a player or keep a player for the sake of it. We do look at the situation, the player's contract, how much game time he's had since this season, and whether the manager values the player or not. The question is, do these situations you refer to maintain the level of change, the level, change a game, or even improve the squad? Good question, and that's exactly the question I'm trying to answer. I've always been for a huge squad, but more importantly, competition, not just having a player for backup. So once the starting player gets injured, clearly the quality drops. Enough depth with clearly okay. A plan and not too much depth breaks chemistry. Okay, which makes sense. Even Conte says Chelsea can win our next 11 games or 12. Do I trust him? No. But that's, by the way, let me come back to the panel. Who else was speaking on who? I'm not sure where we're at because I was everywhere. Sorry about that.
It's okay, Coach. Are you there, Coach?
Is he gone? Is he gone again?
I think he's gone.
Yeah, I'm here. You can go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
And who else were we talking about?
So I want to mention, if I may, I think I want to talk about the goalkeeping situation. So do you think Mendy's gone? It looks like it, correct?
I think that's, I don't think he's signing a new contract, Roger. I think that one's done.
And is everyone comfortable with Kepa as our starter for next year?
Honest opinion? No.
Yes, of course.
No, not at all. His blunders came back again against Leicester, man.
Yeah,
there was some stuff he should have done. Yeah, but gone.
I agree. My one criticism of Kepa is when he goes up he doesn't dominate his box aerially, which traditionally, when I was growing up, the first division / Premier League, the English keepers, that's what they would do. They would dominate their box traditionally. And he reminds me of De Gea in his first year. He's not strong enough. Yeah. But if you look at all the other top keepers this season, have a look at them, Liverpool, City, etc., United, they all make faux pas that have led to goals. He seldom does that. He is consistent. But I want to say something. Remember when he fluffed the last one, the Leicester game, and the guy in the 6-yard box was basically back past it to him? Guess what? If you look around and replay that whole game, look at every defensive player around. There's 4 or 5 players around one. They were all ball watching. You should never even come to that. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
So, but that is a fair criticism because he does need to improve in his aerial, shall we say, the way he goes for a ball aerially. Other than that, I think he's a fine keeper. Yes, he doesn't have a long wingspan, but if you look at his distribution and everything else, I think it's at the very least his top 5 keeper in the Premier League. That's my opinion. Objectively, seriously, objectively. But it's okay. I respect it. If that, I totally respect.
No, listen, I think he's a good goalkeeper. I'm not saying he's not. I think he ball to feet. I think he's excellent. I think his passing. I think he's compared to Mendy, he's good with it. He's better with his feet. But for me, I think I've always said it about Kepa. My only worry about Kepa is you have any kind of long range shot, whether it's a free kick or you shoot from distance, anywhere in the top corners, the guy's beaten. Yeah, that's my only thing about Kepa in the goal. We need to get, for me, we need to get. I mean, I would keep Kepa on probably as a number 2 for next season if he's going to stay. So I don't personally think he's going to go anywhere. I think Mendy's. I mean, obviously Mendy's going to go. I was hoping Mendy would sign a new contract, but I don't know that's going to happen now. But it looks like he's going to go. And there are goalkeepers that we're currently linked with at the moment. And yeah, for sure, we do need to bring in a number 1, and definitely bring in a new goalkeeper for me. And it needs to be a really good one. I think the one who we're currently linked with at the moment is a guy from Porto. And he's a very good goalkeeper. Very good goalkeeper. He's only 20. I think he's 20. Carlos, isn't it? It's Carlos. I think it's Carlos. His name is very good goalkeeper. 20s. Yeah. Is it Carlos? Is it Carlos? His name is? Was it no Costa? I think it's Costa. His name is Costa.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
He's really good goalkeeper. He's been heavily linked with us. Yeah, he's quite. Yeah, he is. He's heavily. But then also, let's not forget, we've also got Slanina as well, haven't we?
Yeah,
we've got him as well.
Young, though.
He's young, but I think he'll probably get a loan move out next season. But again, he could eventually. I'm sure he'll come in at some point into that squad. I think if we ever sell off Kepa, I think he comes in as our new number 2 after that, over the other goalkeeper. That's going to be. But yeah, listen, I hope Kepa can. I mean, listen, I've got nothing with Kepa. In the beginning, I will admit, I always wanted Mendy over Kepa because I think Mendy is taller. A lot of the goals. I mean, I think those shots that were coming in the other day against Leicester, he'd have probably saved or put over the bar.
I agree.
And that's because of his height. And the guy, and he comes through. He's very demanding in the area as well. So on any ball that comes in the box, Mendy's going to just jump up in the air, he'll grab it, and he'll get it. Yeah. Whereas with Kepa, I always have this thing of he'll either come to punch, he punches, he misses his punch, or if he does punch it, he only passes as far as out to the play, and they can just smack the ball back into the area, and they end up scoring a goal.
He doesn't command his box aerially.
No.
But then again, you know what? For someone of his height, Mendy doesn't either. He's better, don't get me wrong, than Kepa aerially, but he's not as convincing as he should be, given his physicality. But if we could keep those two, I would be very happy with those two, either of them starting. My only question is Mendy's distribution, ball to feet, is a little bit suspect.
The thing. That's my thing.
That's my only quandary. But that's what I wanted to talk about. Other than that, I personally, okay. The other person I want to talk about, if I may, Coach, very briefly, is Pulisic. Is he gone, do you think, next year?
Who's that question to? Coachella? Was that Bobby?
Anyone, you guys. Anyone.
Bobby, do you want to answer that one, brother? I know you're there.
Roberto.
Bobby. Is Bobby there?
Bobby.
Okay. Pulisic. Yeah, listen. I don't think he stays next.
No, you guys go ahead with the conversation.
I don't think he stay. I don't think he's going to stay.
My connection is still poor.
Is it still bad, Coachella? Oh, yeah. I don't think Pulisic stays next season.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
It doesn't look like he is. But I was just a bit surprised. I'll be honest with you, Roger. The other day, I think it was against Dortmund, and I don't know if it was. I don't know if he played again. I think he came on again against Leicester. I was a bit surprised that he actually came on when you had obviously you had Mudryk on the bench in the Champions League game, and he came on.
Surprised too.
And then obviously Mudryk then started against Leicester on Saturday, which was great, and I thought he actually played well. But in terms of Pulisic, I think he's going to go. There's been a lot of interest in him. I know there's a lot of interest coming in from him from Spain, especially, and I think Juventus is still looking at the situation. But the way things going, but the way things are going for Juventus at the moment with their cash promise situation, I don't think any player is going to go there next season. But he's heavily linked with a move to Atletico Madrid. Is Pulisic, and that is only
left on his contract next year.
That's correct.
How much can we get for him?
Well, the talk what I'm hearing, what I've heard is, and how true it is that they're going to try. You know this whole deal for João Felix. If you were to go and get João Felix now, it's going to be over 100 million, whatever it's to get him.
What, euros or pounds?
Euros, or something like that. It's going to be for him. So what their talk is now is they're saying because both Atletico Madrid are showing interest in Pulisic and they're showing interest in Ziyech. There's a possibility that one of those two players may go as part of a deal next season to get Felix to come to the football club. So you're looking at throwing one of them into the mix, and also whatever money's left to pay on Felix to get him in. And I know from what I'm hearing, and whether he stays manager of Atletico Madrid next season, I don't know, is another thing. Is that Diego Simeone is a massive fan of Pulisic and Ziyech. So if one of those two were to come, one of those two were to go. I think João will sign. I think João wants to stay. I think what I'm hearing, all the talk coming out is that he loves London. I think the only thing with me and João on the situation with João is he came out perfectly. He came out and said the other day, I think that if we're not in the Champions League, he'll consider it. Yeah, if that's how he feels, then for me, go back to Atletico Madrid. That's what I say. If Chelsea are not going to get into the Champions League, go back then, mate. You know, you don't want to stay, then go back. You know, but I think though he's loving life in London. From what I understand, he's liking. He's got that freedom to play at Chelsea. He never had at Atletico. I think with him, he just needs to finish off his chances more. For me, I think that's it.
Is it in his contract that he has to hit the woodwork every game?
You know? Oh my goodness me, mate. Yeah, I don't understand.
I love the guy. I think he's been a breath of fresh air, but man, he's been unlucky. It's like he has been.
He has been. I don't know, hitting the post.
It's got to be in his contract.
Oh man, goodness me! Can you imagine that was hit the post? Yeah, wake up to that.
If you can prove you're that accurate, okay, we'll sign you.
No, mate, that'd just be honestly. No, seriously.
But seriously, listen, 95%, we're not going to be in the Champions League next season. I'm just being honest here.
Yeah, unless we win it.
Therefore, yeah, of course. Now, therefore, assuming we don't win it this year and we're out of the Champions League next year, do you think that he will sign? Yes or no? I think he will.
You think he'll still sign? I don't think he will.
I think he will if the coach, what's his name?
Graham. Diego Simeone.
Diego. If Simeone is still there next year, then I think he would want to stay here. I don't think he likes playing for him at all.
Yeah, DJ.
Sorry, Kachilla. You are
DJ? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, DJ?
I can hear you, bro. I can hear you. He would love me to send it. Get it to his bro. Yeah, what's up, Kachilla? You're right, bro. Kachilla.
There's a delay.
There is a delay. Yeah. Is Bobby back yet? Bobby. Bobby. Kachilla, Bobby, where are you both? Bobby, where are you both?
It's like a sci-fi gone wrong.
Silent. Do you know what I mean? Everything's just like silent treatment, you know. Those two. Oh no, it's like no. But look, going back to him, I don't know if he'll. To be honest with you, if Diego Simeone leaves Atletico Madrid and say Chelsea don't get into the Champions League, then he goes back to Atletico.
Yeah, but if Diego stays there, I think there's a strong possibility he will sign for us because I don't think he wants to go back to Simeone.
No, definitely. That's a definite.
Yeah.
That's a definite.
So Simeone is the key for all intents and purposes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I hope I hope Simeone stays because I want João for Chelsea. Don't you?
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I like João, but then I would love him to stay at Chelsea. But I know there are some people that saying because we got Nkunku next season.
No,
where does he fit in? Where does he fit into this whole setup? And
he's a 4-4-4, DJ.
Yeah, fit all these attacking plays in, Roger. Every single one of them, all four.
What, ref? What?
What?
No, you're right. Because then you're looking at you're looking at Kai. He's not going anywhere. He better not anyway. You've got Kai. You've got Mudryk. You've got João. Who else? You've got Sterling isn't going anywhere.
Nkunku's coming in. Nkunku's coming in.
That's 5. You need 2 in each position up front. So you need 6 anyway because of rotation. If you're going to be playing 55 to 60 games a year. So I get it. They all want to start, but that's life, you know.
Then do we go with a 4-4-2 formation then? The olden days with a 4-4-2, remember them?
Oh yeah. Well, hey, Argentina won the World Cup with a 4-4-2.
They did. They did indeed, mate. They did indeed.
Yeah. What did Real Madrid play in the final? Didn't they play a 4-4-2?
I think they moved. I think they moved to that formation afterwards, but in the beginning, no. Yeah. But I think they did go into that afterwards.
Yeah, and they won it. Yeah, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. But just what I'm saying, You see what I'm saying, though? It's I would love for him to stay, for João to stay. I think he's so young. He could be a generational player for us. In 10 years' time, we could be waxing lyrical about him, how many trophies he's won. I think with him, with Enzo, with Kai, I think they're going to bond. I really do.
They do. Sorry, Roger. I'm just a beautiful game's at it again, man. Look at his comment.
Coach, you're the worst midfielder ever. There's such a disconnect between you and our attacking Roger and DJ.
Poor Cucilla, man. I would love Cucilla to come and respond to this.
Cucilla,
and he can't respond. Big up to
you just got burned. Actually, we all got burnt when you think about it.
We did. Yeah, he did. It's true. You know, it's true.
Dude, that guy
You're
is
the worst midfielder ever. Such as a disconnect between you and our attackers, Roger and DJ. Oh, mate.
Hashtag Potter out, right?
That's it, mate. That's it.
So, what do you think of our coach right now? Listen, it's too early to say anything, but I'm seeing improvement. Forget about the results. I'm talking about on the field. You know, because we could be scoring a lot more goals. We've hit the post in each of the last 2 games, and we've scored 4 goals combined with offside. But I forget about that. I'm talking about the way we are playing. I think it's you can see there is incremental improvement, shall we say?
No, definitely. I've got to be careful what I say about Graham Potter, because there's some there are some people in the comments that don't they seem to think I'm very much Thomas Tuchel over Graham Potter, and I'm not going to lie.
Listen,
I'm not going to lie. I am because of what he's done. But what I will say about Graham Potter is this, right? Graham Potter at the moment, for me, he's still under investigation, if I have to put it that way, in terms of what he's going to do. Right? I think he's improved. I think the team's improving. And then the question you then ask yourself, is it the manager that's improving the players, or the players decide that the players have decided to wake up now and play what we know they can play?
I think, to be honest with you, do you know what he's doing? He's learning on the job.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. If I could pick any manager for Chelsea right now, anybody in the world, I would choose Tuchel. This is my opinion, over Pep or over Klopp, who are world class, over Conte, over what's his name, Maximilian Allegro, etc. We're all the world's elite. I would love Tuchel back, but I know it's not going to happen. But I would say I'm Tuchel over anybody. I'll be honest with you. And everyone jokes I'm Potter's attorney, but I listen. It's a long-term project, and let's see how he does. I think we need to give him more time, and I think he's really learning on the job. There's no doubt about it.
No, listen, I agree. I agree, and listen, I'll give my plaudits to Potter for
Roger, if you can hear me,
no, can't.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Roger.
Yeah, I think whenever you guys can, just round off. It's horrible. Really.
Okay,
you got it. Do you want to say anything else, DJ, about the transfers? Not transfers, but just the squad generally.
No, I don't have anything to say because it just makes the situation worse. I was using 2 systems, but it turns out the microphone disconnected from the second system. And as I was talking, I didn't know I wasn't hearing the current topic. I was just further, it was just a horrible mix-up. You guys should go ahead.
Okay, it's okay, Coach.
Yeah.
Go ahead, DJ.
No, I was just going to say, just a quick one on the answer to Graham Potter's question. Look, listen, you know, I'm as I said, the jury's still out for me on Graham Potter. As I said, I still think, but he's improved. He's improving. We've won our last 3 games.
And hopefully this still out.
Yeah, and hopefully. No. I'm not saying he should be out. I'm not saying that at all. I'm still willing to give him at least until the end. Oh, the jury still be. Yeah, I'll give Potter now until the end, because nothing's going to happen now. I'll give him till the end of the season. See where we're at. If we're in a good position, then maybe give him the pre-season and see how he does in that. And if things have improved in terms of our position or where we are, then things will have to be looked at. But in the meantime, I'm not going to come in. I'm not going to, do all this attacking on Graham Potter and stuff like that, because at the end of the day, the guy's only human at the end of the day. And
So what about the team? Then? Are you pleased with the team?
Yeah, I'm
So
pleased.
clearly, DJ is off the bus.
No, I knew I was going to say that. I knew that was going to come in. No. Listen, I'm not off the. As you said, as I said, I'm still. Jury's still out. Bro. Jury's still out. Jury's still out. 100% jury's still out. But
got a refund on this.
Sorry, I can barely hear you guys, but I think I was able to pick up what DJ was saying. Let's just call it a day. It's not helpful, and it can be irritating to the audience too. Except if they can hear you too clearly, that's fine. But it looks like the whole thing is it's a mess.
You got it.
We have to redo this particular topic. I know the plan was to do a part 2. Maybe we'll start from the part 2 and then bring it back. Retouch the part 1 too. If we have enough time. But like I said, when I dropped, I checked a message on their app. They're saying they're having an outage in my area. So
right.
Yeah, go ahead. You guys say your final thoughts, so we can just call it a day. It's irritating, really.
Go on, Roger. I'll let you talk about it now.
So my final thoughts are: I think we need to solidify the squad going forward at the end of this year. I think there's probably, should we say, 3 to 6 players that, in all likelihood, are going to depart. I don't think we're going to need too many additional players. And Cuckoo, I hope, comes. You know, and I'm assuming Mendy, if he does leave, we're going to need a replacement, either as a backup / back. And we can say backup in this situation because it's a goalkeeper, because for all intents and purposes, there is always a starter and there is always a backup, but or at least starting quality keeper for us. And other than that, I'm trying to think, because we have depth at right back now. I think we have depth just about everywhere. I believe there's a possibility of maybe a +1 plus in Cuckoo, and that's it. I don't see, depending on how many people leave, obviously. Like if all of a sudden there's a wholesale change, then we may need to buy some depth, but I don't think we need to. I think for the most part, once we sell 5 or 6 players, 3 to 6 players, I think that squad's still going to be huge. It's going to be above 26. So I think that's fine. The only concern I have is, I don't mean to swear, but if Lukaku comes back, then we need to address that. That needs its own show in and of itself. But other than that, I think the Nkunku coming and possibly one other player, other than a keeper, I think this team is set for the next X amount of years. N'Golo needs to sign. And I think Kova hopefully re-signs. And I think we're set. Yeah. I'm dropping, gentlemen.
Nah, listen, everything you've echoed there, Roger. And one thing I'll also add just to that, I think if we are going to get any, I think we need to get another DM in. For me, a DM and a defensive midfielder.
Do you think we need Zakaria? Do we sign him?
I wouldn't mind Zakaria to stay, but then
really
again,
like
with this, I don't think he's a good. I think he's a good player. Again, injuries is my only concern with him. That's my only concern with him. I know there's been links to Kone, the young kid from I think he plays for Germany. I think it's Leverkusen he plays for. I think we got links to him. He looks like a good midfielder, and there's also links to the Ajax midfielder as well. Keep forgetting his name. Not De Jong. He's a young player. Young.
Is he Dutch player?
No, he's not Dutch. I keep forgetting his name every time I say his name, and I keep forgetting his name every time. Maybe someone in the comments might be able to help me. Is it Kudus? That's it. Thank you, Eugene. Big up to you, by the way, brother. Yeah, Kudus is the other one. Kudus, this guy.
Kudus, Eugene is.
Yeah, he is. Big Kudus, that's the one. Yeah, he's the one we're linked with as well from Ajax. Yeah, okay. He's another midfielder we're linked to as well. So any of those two that can come in to do a DM role, I wouldn't mind. Obviously, I want N'Golo Kante to sign, get that signed up and everything. Other than that, a new goalkeeper. And yeah, I think that whatever players that we need to get rid of need to go, whatever those are going to be. And then obviously you've got Nkunku coming in, and then no one knows what's going to happen with João Felix, if he stays or whether he goes. If he stays, brilliant, and we sign him up, brilliant.
Yeah, exactly.
If he goes, if he goes and we don't sign him up, and then Lukaku goes on, obviously Lukaku to go as well, wanting to go. Then there's talk of, obviously there's 3 strikers we're linked with, in Victor Osimhen, we're linked with Ramos from Benfica, and we're also linked with another striker I saw today. Who's the other one? Sorry, Kachilla? Ramos. There's Ramos
from Benfica.
Yeah, and there's another one we're linked with. I saw today. I can't remember the striker.
If Zhao doesn't resign, then I think Pulisic may stay.
Yeah, Pulisic could possibly stay. He may do.
But by the way, can I quickly just say, Casemiro got sent off for that tackle. So why on earth didn't we get a red card for the tackle on Zhao in the 2nd minute? How did that not happen? Did you see?
Yeah, I don't know.
And Casemiro's was not even as bad as the Zhao tackle that he received. Unbelievable. Sorry, carry on, sir.
No. You carry on. No. I agree with you, mate. But then again, as we keep saying, when it comes to refereeing decisions in Chelsea, we all seem to be the ones who never get the decisions. It's shocking. So it doesn't surprise me, to be honest with you. That never happened. But
yeah, I'm surprised.
Chelsea,
I'm surprised. Yeah.
But with Chelsea, it's always the case. I'm not going to go into about referees in Chelsea. I don't want to put Channel into trouble here. But yeah, it's always the case when it comes to Chelsea.
Yeah, let's call it a day, people. Just give me a second. I'll end it. And thank you to the Bluetooth game for saying we still had a good stream. With well done, Roger, Bobby, JC, and DJ for the interim management.
Who is this? He got hacked.
It's a shame there was no bounce. It's a shame we had no bounce. And to everyone else in the chat, thank you so much. I'm not going to even play the music. Let me just end it.
Yep.